No, I don't typically use a 1000 volume ES chart. I'm typically looking at something a little bit slower, more like the 3000 here. It was just on 1000 from flipping back and forth with gold. Things have been kind of slow here. You know, volume is split with rollover and things like that. So here kind of pre-market, it doesn't hurt to have it a little more dialed in, a little more granular. But then we'll probably switch it back. Nothing magic about different time frames. Chat's still arguing about the names of continents. Let's focus on markets. Oh man, I mean, this is a nice little pattern here. I'm not into it. I kind of wanna buy it, but it's again right here into the open. I want to let things shake out a little bit, but it's just not a. Now the chat has moved on to naming goals. We got full geography in the chat today. You guys are lucky this isn't Kane's stream. Kane would be ripping you. I'm just gonna smile it off. Deli says crude is moving a little bit. I think crude, I'm not in it, but I think crude was recently in a, I think crude was recently in a kind of a swing long spot, Deli. You know, just barely kind of went to near those lows for kind of the second half of the year here, and we found some buyers pushing up back into, you know, last week's range and value, and we're kind of coming off the lower end of developing value for the quarter, and all that kind of good stuff. So I think it's a decent bullish chart in crude where we could run back up to close to 70. I'm not seeing anything here.
Yeah.
We'll flip back to the S&P here, watch the open. Some little scalps. Take a look. banged into that long right there. Beautiful timing. A little bit of buying came in. Now we can see if we get lucky. Sellers pressed back, absorbed a little bit after that pop after my entry. There's that herky-jerky kind of rollover type movement where we got to VWAP, the next thing you know, we're all the way back off of almost nothing significant on the tape. Very nasty movement here. This is absolutely bad news. Dangerous. I might head back to gold land here shortly after the resolution of this guy. It's just skipping around. I don't want to lose any money on this this position. I'm actually going to do a move to break even, which is something that is not a part of my repertoire. Gold highs. The one that got away. In all reality, on a serious note, you have to protect yourself from those type of thoughts. Right. So what just happened with me psychologically? I glanced at another monitor, at kind of a multi-market screen that I have, and said, okay, gold, look at that, way up at the highs, new highs, and I tried to buy the lows, and I was close to catching it, and it never gave an opportunity to kind of get a good setup for me. You can let something little like that eat at you. You can let it cause you to go chase, do something you normally wouldn't do, some form of revenge, even if it's just so subtly subconscious. And so I just want to encourage you guys to protect yourself against those type of things. Try to be self-aware, just like I was, right? I had that thought, I said it out loud, and then I thought about it. It's very, very, very important. We could try to get some kind of a pullback within the trend, within gold and whatnot. So we'll watch it. I'm actually watching this S&P as well. I hate that my stock is where it is. That's still, that's more of like a place where I'm interested in it, but it continues to not trade nice. Could go for a small ad though. Actually just missed it looking at the chat. All good. Could still do it. It's still waiting for us. It's still waiting. It's still waiting. It's not the right conditions to be getting that aggressive. But just based on how tight this little chop fest was, if we start to get above VWAP right there, surely there can be a small stop run higher. So the ad would not have paid off if I would have taken it. But now if it tries it again, I'm officially not going to add. Above and below a few times. In fact, if it doesn't start to crack higher through VWAP, I hate to do it. It's such a piddly little profit, but I might just take a little something off. Here's the break. Let's watch the delta. There we go. There's some buying. Let's see what happens. Very low expectations here. But like I said, this is, just go back to the market profile. Go back to the simplistic view. And I apologize, these are overlapping a bit. They shouldn't be. This is just a prototype here we're still working on for market profile. Here in A period, take a look at this guy up here, guys. Look at this. This high is so poor, only a mother could love. So that is the spot that this trade could easily go take out, just to test for better excess, just to see if I can make this. Nope. There's a lot of selling. I'm going to scale one. You see that on the tape, guys? Slamming the bids. A little bit of a momentum shift. So it's not what I wanted, but I'm trading what is. Now, granted, it's rollover, so the tape is going to be very misleading at times. Let's go ahead and throw out a limit up here. Take some off if we run these poor highs from yesterday. At this point, we could say there's a passive buyer absorbing some of the selling. I still think that it's a beautiful spot to scale out. We kind of had this tight consolidation. We broke. What do the buyers have? Earlier I said watch Delta. Let's see what they can do. And what did we see? Whoosh, sellers come in and slam it. So it's a great scale out. I'm going to scratch everything. Sellers dominant, and that saved us or made us a little bit more money on the scratch decision. So some good decision making there. I like that I talked myself out of not adding. I like that I really tightened risk given the just atrocious conditions. I had a really good game plan for where I thought the market could go. I like that I scaled when I saw a ton of selling hit the tape, and I like that I scratched rather than once things were clearly falling apart. So happy with the decision making. I'm just going to unlink this so we can just keep it on the S&P as we flip around in on our other charts to gold. Sorry, I have not had my eye on the chat. Trying to catch up with you guys. I know the guy with the Russian type of characters for his name. Here it is. Watched your VWAP videos from 2 years ago. Still better use RT. I suppose this is still better to use RTH VWAP. That wouldn't be what I said in the video. I use ETH as the workhorse and RTH as a supplementary additional Swiss Army knife tool when appropriate. What's one of the most common times that I feel like RTH is the preferred VWAP, or in our, for NADRO people, developing value area that we look at for intraday execution. When you have a huge Globex overnight expansion, and so you get your the VWAP bands that are just super, super wide, then you can have the RTH, which is going to kind of start fresh, more recent, and so it's going to be more usable rather than, we may not touch both sides of a blown out, DBA VWAP bands for a long time. But general things like that, but ETH is my workhorse. What's the job description of volume profile in DBA? Those are two different things. There's no volume profile in DBA. So volume profile is volume at price, it shows the distribution. DBA is the developing value area, in which case for me, there's multiple versions of developing value area. Volume weighted average price. So they're very different things. Trade EGL says, can we talk about why you use bars, like OHLC bars, instead of candles, please? Sure. I believe that the most quintessential unit of monitoring great market movement across any time frame is actually viewing the market through the lens of rotations, legs, right? And so, just to kind of show you what I mean, it's more of smoothing out noise. So for the session, we would have up leg, down leg, up leg, down leg, up leg, up leg. I'm going to smooth these out, down leg, and then up leg. That's where we are. That is how I see the market. I see a series of up and down rotations, for which NADRO users refer to it as understanding the rhythm. So this is our rhythm. That's a discretionary process. You could make it quantitative, but not to get too caught up in rhythm. That's how I like to view it. So I'm not interested in some kind of candlestick pattern with beautiful zoomed in bars of, oh, look what's happened in this market, or whatever. That type of information is something that I think myself and most humans get sucked into and get really granular about, and kind of lose the forest for the trees. So I scrunch in a bunch of data onto a chart in terms of how my x-axis is set, so that I can focus more. I scrunch in those bar-to-bar pieces of information, so I'm less likely to fixate on them and look at them, and I'm able to see the market more like how it works best for me, which is seeing rhythm and rotations. I'm a pullback trader at heart. Anytime I'm getting long, the market has come down far enough for me to get long. I do make exceptions. I will take a rare breakout style trade, but 90% of the time, I'm trading pullbacks. Now, what people don't understand is that me getting long, the pullback that I got, I was like, why doesn't this look like, because it's the wrong market. Let's go to the S&P. Me getting long Where did I get long? Right in here after the open? After this little move down, I think? Or was it here? Let's turn on the fills and see. I don't remember. Great. This happened to me last time, guys. Why doesn't it show? I'm trading a live account on ES. There's no nothing weird about what I'm doing, but the fills for some reason don't want to show up. I don't know if that's because I have some type of potential strategy attached.
Murphy, how did you get out? Murphy and Murphy.
It is. It's because I had a strategy attached, and those trades were not a part of that strategy. Okay, so it was here at the second arrow. So if I'm getting long, and there is a little bit of an exception to this one, but if you look at short-term rhythm, I talked about liking this one actually pre-market, decided not to do it, and I let it come in and pull back on the open, and then boom, as soon as it starts to turn off of putting in a low, that's the moment of entry. And a lot of times for my scale outs, I'm doing the opposite. If I'm long, it's after, I call this an up move here. This is a flag, right? So just a down move. Up move, and then we get a problem on the delta. We get a little shift in momentum. I'll take the scale, and that was where I scratched it. So have I gone totally off topic, or am I can't even remember the question I was answering. What was the question? Why I use bars versus candles. It's so I can see the market through that lens of those rotations and rhythm and things like that. It's bars, I think, are sexier, prettier, more colorful, visually appealing, all of those things. But the candles, I misspoke. Candles are prettier, but these scrunched up bars help me do my job better, and that's what's most important. Let's take a look at my little strategy. I need to make it an indicator. It's an indicator, not a strategy. So I was brand new to Ninja, and I made it as a strategy that doesn't actually buy or sell. So there are the quantitative signals for this. Now, it's meant to be more of a, hey, we've had a bit of a rhythm type of move. Here's where there's a potential turning point. So, if I'm trading well, a lot of times my discretionary trading is going to line up with these. As we saw, I got long right here. Guess what? That's where the math says that was a feasible spot. Something happened right here. What happened right here? That's where I took my first scale, right? So as you can see, I actually traded with these points. But there's nothing magic about these points. They're pretty darn good. But having them as just a visual indication of where there are potential turning points and potential spots is the reason for this study. It's not some type of quantitative trading system where you're supposed to take all of them. I put a lot of work and effort into this. It's pretty darn good. Like anything else, looking for tops and bottoms, it's going to print repeated signals when a market is trending in this, But heck, it still looks pretty good on this move, right? You got a cluster of signals right around here. You got a cluster of signals right here, which I totally agree with. And you got this one right here after the top. I don't think I've ever looked at those signals with gold. Let's see how it looks. The difference between arrows and circles, and I think there's also like there's triangles as well. They're just different, unrelated mathematical versions of kind of looking for the same thing. So it's like a diversified portfolio of potential signals that kind of, when I see clusters, when they're all agreeing, it's a stronger signal. That's just kind of how I've thought of it. This is, again, just a little prototype, just something I put together. Let's take a look with gold. Hey, it looks nice. Look at that. Again, here's where it can get, the false positives, if you will. Not that it's, trust me, guys, there's no math for ever picking all perfect tops and bottoms. You design something, you design it as a feature to have a weakness. If you decide to remove the weakness, let me lay some real quantitative truth on you guys. If you decide to remove the weakness from your system, you, by design, throw out a bunch of babies with that bathwater. You, by doing so, remove a bunch of these signals that would have otherwise worked as well. So it's just a matter of striking a balance for you and the intent of the algorithm that you're putting together. A couple questions if I have a paid room. Not really. I have a Nadro course and a scalping course. And then, so yes, there's a paid room that comes with if you own those courses. I've always thought, after coming up, I've been doing this for 20 years. I've been in a bunch of different rooms and things like that. I don't find a bunch of value in a room where you just throw everybody together, right? Like this chat, for example. There's some great things that happen from it, but it's never going to be this thing where there's like sharp accountability and people speaking the same language. We can't even agree on what continents are on the globe right now. So when you put some people together in a room who all speak the same market language, who all see the market through, they may not trade exactly the same. Nadro's just a collection of frameworks. But when you get some people together who see things through the same lenses, that's where the magic happens. No, I do not trade live in that room. Occasionally I'll call something out. I'll put in a good narrative. But I kind of designed it to be a peer community for people to iron sharpens iron and connect with other students and help each other and things like that. We will be launching a new... Apteros is going to be an entirely different thing pretty soon, in some ways. Still a prop desk, still Nadro in terms of how I trade and kind of the backbone of like our education and things like that. But Apteros, maybe by the end of the year, is going to be something entirely different than what it currently is across the board. Zero teasers. No teasers. There's too many sharks out there. No, I threw out a teaser. I threw out a teaser on Twitter. Was it the night before last or something? I put out the tweet about the DD indicator that we'll have as a part of what we provide to users in a certain way. It's a great name. How am I related with NinjaTrader? Me and Credelli are friends, and Credelli was firing up this new NinjaTrader Live thing. It's a new feature this year for NinjaTrader, and I assume there was about 20 other people that he called and asked to do it, and they all said no. And then he got to me, and I said, okay. No, I don't think Apteros is going to be like OFL. you know, we might have some charts and tools and things like that, but no, that's not going to be our primary focus like it is for those guys. When's the next cat attack? All right, I've been too much in the chat. It's great talking with you guys. I got to get back to my day job here. Let's look for some opportunities. That little move down in the S&P was decent. Let's take a look at what it looks like short term. Not quite a full new low, but certainly running a bunch of stops between 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 kind of bottoms. The buyers came in, see them kind of follow through. The most buying we've seen since the pit opened, right? It was just from the middle of weekly developing value. If we come up here and look at this guy, right? It's from weekly VWAP, but weekly VWAP is not the place where I like to trade from. So for me, I was more interested in if this market could kind of hold this attempt at imbalance up from this region on the weekly DVA and go take out those the poor high from yesterday, right? That was the thesis. It's one thing to wick it and then stabilize, and we saw almost no selling during this sequence, but then we saw no buying here. It's another thing to then revisit the lows without running stops. It's just not as good of an opportunity for my style. My Father's Day gift. Where's the camera? There it is. My kids' heads on this mug. I love this thing. Blind Man asks, what's more important for you, DVA or the prior day's value area? And he asks it again as I'm reading the question. We should put him in like a timeout. Maybe don't answer the question. First of all, those two references are way down on the entire priority list for me. They're way down. S&P ripping. Tracy says BLS revision. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know what BLS is. Now, all the way down at the lows.
That's wild.
So, Blind Man, I'm still on your question, brother. It's just, you know, we're checking out what's going on with markets. But I will give you a real answer, not just the how far down on the priority list those references are. Gold. Crude.
I think this thing's about to break down hard.
I think the S&P, first of all, it has a weak low from yesterday and a poor high from yesterday and a poor high today and a poor low today. So, with that said, I think that the S&P probably by the end of the day is we do not currently have neither the low of day or the high of day in yet. That's my sense of this market. You can find out about all things Apteros at apterostrading.com. We took out a new low in the S&P. Sellers still the dominant force. I'm long, getting a little lift here. My stop is here. Added. Having to deal with this -1 standard deviation right here. Scaled out of 20%. Scaled another. Back to the original position size, which is from lower than where the average price shows. I prefer LIFO instead of FIFO. No, it's not falling apart. No sellers on the tape, however. Well, that's a nasty move down on no selling. Oh, that? Ooh, nasty, nasty, nasty. We need to get out of this market. We're, what are we doing? What are we doing with our lives? Gold is getting tanked. Let's go look at gold. Gold. $6.95 area on the weekly. Thanks, Kellen. What are you guys talking about, all these news things? I hear people talking about CPI and NFP. What am I talking about? You're scaring me. All right, so gold now with kind of a poor low on the day. Retracing up into VWAP here. It did not like something that it heard. Tried a quick little short scalp. Scratched it real quick. I think we're going to wick into VWAP here a little higher now. Oh, maybe not. It's a mushy high. It's not a good high. S&P pushing to take out those. You can watch the S&P P&L right here on this little custom thing that they've built for us to track our positions. So we actually do need to flip over to the S&P right quick. Actually, could I do it right here? Yeah, let's just do it here. So let's. let's wait. Let's look for something closer to up in this range. Back to focusing on gold. Come on, just blow out the top of this thing with a little bit of energy and then snap back so we can hit the bids. A lot of bar-to-bar overlap here into VWAP versus the clean movement we were seeing from the sell-off from the highs. Gold, making me do it. Good timing, good selling. Scratch out of gold. Justin, I'm long and short in entirely different markets, my friend. You would never want to be long and short the same market outside of, by the way, it has to be in separate accounts. It's impossible to do in the same account. Outside of either some type of scaling out with micros because you were only in a one lot minis, or you're swing long, but then you're trading short term, scalp short, things like that. Okay, so gold just needed a little better rhythm, a little better retrace, firming up what's going on with the kind of the condition shift on the weekly. Put on the gold short again. Another good timing. Stepping in right as things are turning. Favorable movement right as soon as we enter. That's what we, we're in the zone here. Good timing. It's just a matter of catching where, ultimately the market could turn from and give more excursion than that initial good timing. The good timing is only one piece of the puzzle. the S&P was able to do is take out its own kind of micro poor high on the session. It still couldn't take out that poor high from yesterday, and it's kind of just meandering back to where where our position started from. I want to check out the intraday chart for the S&P. Big mistake on my part not scaling into that value high. Definitely should have done that. I was a bit greedy there and a bit focused on gold. Rather than following my normal process for scale outs. So definitely should have been scaled out. I remember I was long 5 and I scaled out at 2, I think kind of do that or something. But still, for the core position, the initial 3, I should have come out of 1 here. I was a little greedy. Looks like gold is dropping a bit. Let's check it out. Adjust our time frame. Kind of feel like I want to start using tabs rather than constantly adjusting the symbols and the time frames, because I'm using specific stuff rather than just a time-based chart. Let's take a scale. Well, let's hold off. Let's put our fingers on the trigger. Let's watch it press, maybe towards 82, maybe towards no, a little bit of buying, so I got to take the scale. That's fine. Okay, I feel like I'm in a spot here where there's really nothing for me to do other than perhaps look to re-initiate some type of a scale in the S&P if we are so fortunate. So back to the chat. What's up? Had to go to work there for a minute, but I'm back. Lumian asks, should the total cumulative delta number be used as a guide to be bullish or bearish on a market, along with other natural factors? Of course. Is this correct? It's where's North America? Matt, oh Matt, that got me. Lumian, where delta is in terms of a raw, where is it? Like right now at the S&P, it's plus 2,000. Right? Excuse me, gold. We're looking at gold. It's plus 2,000. Where it is in terms of its just raw basic value is one small data point for how we look at and use delta. We have contextual order flow reads. We have short-term order flow reads. There are divergences. There are various readings of capitulations or absorptions, or just all the things that people use order flow to see. But where we are, essentially what you're asking is where we are relative to zero, right? Positive or negative. It matters, a little bit, yeah. Good scale out there in gold. Loon says, do you think you've taught all you want to between NADRO and scalping, or potential more in the future? I think that I have put kind of my my life's body of work out there, in terms of a raw, unpolished knowledge base. I think one thing that I can do a better job of is organizing the information and organizing the learning, right? Being a better teacher with the courses rather than a word vomit, a brain dump, right? Just a collection of long videos that really, it just takes tremendous diligence and effort from only the most sincere and diligent and serious students out there to truly absorb it all in that format and whatnot, and do something really special with it. So I think that's one of the next evolutions, is doing a better job on the teaching front, the communication front for the concepts. And that's part of this next phase of Apteros that you'll see from us. I think swing trading, and or kind of an options strategy that I have with NADRO is another thing that might be a thing at some point. Sure, Edgy. Yeah, it's as good as anything else. Just a matter of how you want to see the data. Well, Zero asked a question that's an important, beginner question for using TPO. He said, well, TPO for NASDAQ, how in the world do you see it if it's so noisy with all those letters and everything? You adjust it by tick size. Even the S&P I have filtered by a handful of ticks. I forget how many, maybe 5 or 6. So each one of those, like as you see, B, 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 each one of those letters represents like 1.5 points of the S&P, not every tick. So you filter out the noise. So for something like NASDAQ, you might set that at 30 ticks. So it really smooths out the noise and gives you a good visual for day-to-day profiles. Our stop's at a really tough place in the S&P. So I assume we're going to get taken out of this position. Flat the S&P. Got out just before the bigger drop, which might go take out these weak looking lows. So yeah, if we turn the fills on and analyze the S&P trade, I'm still kicking myself for let me take off the strategy. Yeah, that's atrocious. That's a big, that'll be a kick in the butt on my trade review today at the end of the day. That's ridiculous not to take a scale, taking out these poor highs for the session from A period. It's traversing DVA. All my students know these are all the all the formulas for a scale out. That's a severe underperformance on my part. I got greedy looking for the yesterday's poor high to be taken out, and only that, and I was just holding out for only that, and that's not how I'm supposed to carry myself. So. Gold is our only position now. Floundering about a bit here in the middle of DVA. I like the stop location. Obviously, if this idea is going to work, it needs a lot more room than this. But I say if the timing, think about the units of risk here. So that's 1R. 1, 2, 3, 4. Scaled out for about 5 units of risk there. On for half the position, and we have 1 unit of risk on for the other half. Always risk reward skewed for my trades. My win percent might suck sometimes, but I'm never in a bad risk reward position. Love to re-look for gold shorts a little bit higher. So if we do get taken out of this position, I will still be on the hunt for that. I assume we'll get stopped out of this trade, or the second half of this trade. Welcome to C period, ladies and gentlemen. All right, gold is making a little push for us. Essentially, this is a little bit of a flag right here. So the flag is just by a handful of ticks here starting to try to break. And we certainly have a vulnerable area into these lows. We have this, 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 this. Hey Ashwin, you can check out all about us at terrostrading.com. You can check out the courses, you can check out our desk. Jeff says he is short the S&P. I was just looking at the profile. I was watching C period come down. Boom, there you go. So 64.90 is tough in my book. It's in the general vicinity. I get it. We got the weak low, so you're looking for that to be taken out. But just recall, again, I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just comparing notes here. My line in the sand is this kind of 93, 94 region. I think is a really good line in the sand for today. But yeah, if you get something short in the S&P and then it starts to hold below that area, you've got a really good potential for catching something nice to the downside. But hey, if you're only looking to take out those lows, then more power to you. So one thing to be aware of, short term, this isn't my full, contextual picture. But what do we have on the session here today in gold? We have the upper end of this distribution. We have the lower end, right? So anything in this lower region, until proven otherwise by something like a break and a retest and then a continuation from, we're really just running stops in a rotational environment. And that's what the DVA tells us. That's why it's such a great tool for traders to have on their charts is, theoretically anything in between this area and this area, right? This zone that I have drawn on the chart, that's our developing value area. And when we're inside it like this, we have what's called a current market condition. And the current market condition in that case is rotational. And once we know the current market condition, we know what tactics to apply, how to handle ourselves, things like that, what trades we can time up based on the full read from higher time frames and context, because context is king. Intraday DVA like this, it's not what we look at to make all our trades. It's an execution tool to get access to higher time frame ideas. That is strong trading, is when you're able to frame a context, have an idea, lines in the sand, understand where things change, and then you have execution tools and tactics. Okay, Philippe, short gold from there as well. Good for you. Let's talk downside in gold. This is not a monster trade for me. It could end up being a major top in this market. I'm not interested in that as a trade. I'm more interested in this kind of 36.65 area. Weekly VWAP we have at, what is that, 72? As you can see, this red line right here, we've almost gotten back into our weekly VWAP right here. So, can I duplicate this? Yeah. There we go. It's kind of 72 region. So somewhere in here is what I'm kind of looking for, guys. Congratulations to whoever it was that was short the S&P. Just went down into that 64.90 region. There he is, right on time. Atta babe, Jeff. let's throw out a limit order here because um, gold can absolutely have some major spikes. We have some big activity on the tape here. This is a tough spot for me because we're getting to where I typically am thinking this is the end of a down rotation or the potential end of a down rotation. And I don't want to be too greedy just for this mediocre target. Kind of running out of risk reward into this target location. So my finger's on the trigger here to exit this position. It's not going to be one of those things where I give it a huge retrace potential. It's probably the low right there. All right, we'll flatten out. Good trade. Handshakes in the chat. Jake in the chat, who is someone who I would listen to their Nadro narrative ideas very closely. So R.I.P. Credelli. Thanks, Edgy. Yeah, I've had fantastic trades today. Really only one decent winner. But everything I've done today has been just in that Alcaraz flow. Jake is speaking Nadro terminology, so he's talking about a weekly setup with a market profile setup with kind of a fresh condition shift, which adds to the kind of the strength of the narrative, as we call it. So it's a little complex. It's Alcaraz, not Alcatraz. Oh, Philip, I've gotten a little more scalpy in my trading the past year or so, but the core teaching of Nadro is intraday position trading. It's intraday swings. It's trying to find the best trade locations and hold those trades and for hours throughout the day. That's the way it's originally taught. I did not know that meant pelican. I guess there was a bunch that lived out there when they named it. Yes, Loon, but I got a guy right on my tail. So far, the exit looks great. Great job of recognizing the extension, the closeness to the area. I still think there's potential for shorting a pullback that starts to turn from this region to then go maybe complete into some of these actual destinations. I do want to take a look at the S&P real quick. For the NADRO folks at home, we want to assess that acceptance picture, right? Where are we relative to that nice line in the sand? Whoa, where'd the charts go? Did I draw this today or did I draw this last Tuesday? I must have drawn this last Tuesday from that older CBA. That's exactly what this. So as you can see, what we drew last Tuesday became the pivotal place for this market over a week later on a Monday and then Tuesday. But yeah, market profile's trash, right? Great exit on gold. That thing's almost all the way back up at it's halfway to VWAP at this point. Okay, so now, this is not acceptance, obviously. This is, really just extended. Sellers are totally dominating. It is rollover, so we keep that in mind. Jai, that is exactly what I always say. Not that volume profile is bad, because it's not. But the beauty of market profile is the simplicity, especially when you just focus on, do we have a good balance and do we have a good value area? You end up with very simplistic, but not in a bad way, a simplistic view of the markets. Edgy brings up a good point. I am genuinely trying my best to help you guys here today. Give the channel a thumbs up. Support what we're doing, please. If you could just take 5 seconds to just hit that little thumbs up button. It really helps the channel. It helps support the value add that the entire Ninja Trader Live crew is bringing to you guys. This is a very awesome stream that Credeli's put together. Please support us every day. Whenever you sign on, take a moment. If you like what's being delivered to you, let us know with that thumbs up, please. Appreciate you. Gold back up at VWAP now. S&P, from an acceptance picture view, is still accepted above our line in the sand for today, right? This little C period probe is not enough for us to say, okay, line in the sand, flip, hypo, flip. This is just a probe, as Jeff was able to do in the chat, taking out that weak low from yesterday and capitalizing upon that. It's always great to set profit targets in areas where other people are having to stop out and things like that. It's a beautiful thing. So far, that's just a probe. That's just some better excess at the lows. Still bullish from this region. Context is king. Always be aware of the context. Thank you, Ashwin. Appreciate it. Thought about banging into a little long there. It'd be sacrificing a little bit on rhythm. It's sacrificing, I'm calling the current condition imbalance down. So, you know, the safer way to play this is going to be something more like this, where we now prove that excess it exists. We get rotational relative to development value low, right? And we get some kind of pullback back into the extreme region here to then go take out maybe the poor high from yesterday, right? Around this region. That's kind of what I'm stalking for. Or hypo 2 is my time on the stream comes to a close. Is going to be something where we really actually accept below this line in the sand, right? We push far enough, either with price or time, and then we get the retrace, and then we're looking for some of the lower areas, you know, 64, 66. The lower edge of the CVA is confluent with that, so there's some confluence to go with for that area if we get this. And that's it, guys. That's going to be the plan into the afternoon and what I'm looking for in the S&P at least. What's up, gold? You gonna load? There we go. Most of my algo work that I'm doing currently is not on any platform. It's really just you know, my testing area is really with Python, right? So I'm just running those scripts and using, you know, what's it called, PyPlot, or you know, some of those different plotting libraries, charting libraries to do that. And then once I find something that I'm you know, really interested in, then I'll come over here, I'll create a strategy or an indicator like I've done here, and I will have a tool that I can use like this. So let's take a look at this algo versus my trades in gold today. I don't think I've shown you guys the little pre-market attempts. Can't do it because the strategy's on. It won't show them. So anyways, I remember where they were. We can show it later. I attempted long here. Unfortunately, I scratched it out. And then we got the big sell-off. You know, I was looking for new highs. We got the sell-off, and then I tried once here, scratched it. May have tried again and scratched, and then caught it from here, which is where we trust the algo merit. You get that, and then right here where this little cluster starts to form is where we exited the position. So again, this thing is finely tuned, and I'd never even put this thing on gold before, once, ever. It's very much in tune with, the math is in tune with my discretionary view, because that's what the math is for. That's where the best indicators, algorithms, whatever, systems even, that's where they come from, is when you have those 10,000, 20,000, 30,000 hours of screen time and you are trading. Yes, I'm trading full time every day, every morning. That is where, when you build those reps and you know what you're looking for, that's when you can start to apply some really cool math and bring out the, in an objective way, those rules and principles and frameworks that you've come to know as a trader. Try to put it into math, and even if it fails, like I could show you 200 examples of me trying to come up with different little tools, math-based algorithm kind of things to help my discretionary trading. Most of those things are failures. Most of those things end up in the trash can, just like any other great creative process. Guys, you gotta keep pushing through that stuff, and it's fun. You get some downtime when you're managing a trade, or get some downtime during a quiet rollover period or pre-FOMC. Go work on some cool stuff like that. Enjoy it. Most of it's going to be a failure, but the process of attempting that's going to help you be a better trader. Yo, XYZ, what's up, dude?
What's up? What up?
How are you?
I'm good. I think I just got trailed out of the short. I regret not flipping long down here, but it is what it is. How's your day been?
Good. A couple of small scales and scratches, and a nice little short in gold after whatever that little news hit, and I caught the pullback into the low, so it was good.
Trading gold, huh?
Yeah, gold's a great market, man. You as an NQ guy would like it.
What's up, chat? Yeah, I just short NQ pretty much up almost at the highs.
Nice.
Held one, hoping that they'd crack through this and make their way down, but nope. So I got trailed out of that last one, but I think I got a little over 100 points on it, so it's a good start. Start. We'll see how the rest of the session goes. There's plenty of time for me to screw things up, but let's hope not.
Let's hope not. I believe in you. Chat, it's been a pleasure. Appreciate you guys. Great questions today. Awesome stuff. So give it up for XYZ, and y'all have some fun. Tear it up. Get another 100 points. We'll see y'all next week.
See ya. Hey, Tracy. Good morning. Yeah, I had two coming into the zone still, and I took one off because, well, it's been 100 points, and this was like my target. But ultimately, this was my target from the short, right, to get back into the zone, this low volume area. And I was like, dude, this is crazy. Not just absorption, yeah, it's to be expected, but they were lifting a lot of offers, especially on ES. They were buying it super heavy-handed. And I was like, I feel like an idiot if I let go of this runner and it goes, versus it coming back and trailing me out. But the issue was I could also get a long going, cover the last runner, and get a long going because, well, yeah, it would be a pretty good long, even if it didn't work out, right? If I were flat, I would attempt the long, was my thought. Conflicted, but, it started popping up higher already. And so I was like, oh, I don't know if I want to long it now versus earlier for the risk. So I just held on to the runner, and it trailed me out of that last one. But yeah, Nick, I wasn't even going for G line. I wanted like this little edge right here. So what's that, like about 10 points above G line. I didn't want to get too greedy, but just going through, grabbing this the 680s here, 690. But I mean, I can't complain. It was, I had my entry I think around like 38.39 or 8.40, and went all the way down. It's over 100 points. So it's a good start to the week for me. For now. See how I do things. I wouldn't be opposed to a re-offer here. Just a bit of time. Yeah, considering a re-offer, what I don't like too much is they built this volume and then just came all the way back up into this main spot. But this is where they need to reject, so could take a short here, and if it doesn't work, then it's whatever. But if it does, then it should be a pretty decent move. Considering things right now, considering this order flow, it's not too one-sided. But it looks like the buying is slowly stepping off here. Sell side's not doing too much yet. Oh, okay, as soon as I get in. What is this, guys? Okay, it looks like it's gonna work in my favor, but I'm gonna scratch out. I don't know what that was. I'm gonna give it more time to develop. We do have still 88s lifting 100 plus against the offer. If I stayed in that trade, it'd feel like a gamble. So I'll wait for a bit more. I want to see what happens to the buying the 88s, around the 88s, give or take a few points. I think I scratched off for like $100 profit or something like that. Honestly, meaningless. That was really weird. But they're still lifting off here. I'm just kind of being patient. I think if they can offer this, I don't need to be in a hurry to get in. They can start to really make their way down. So no need to FOMO into anything right now. This can easily hold for a pop. Yeah, I'll walk through the short later. It's a lot more simplistic than you'd think. I'm trying to see if I should get a short going on here. I'm gonna start with just 2 lots. I'm not trying to give this too much risk. I'll consider it as a reload of another runner plus another lot for the same short idea. Well, because I was more patient, the entry doesn't really give me that grab more than 2 for this particular trade here. So obviously things can develop. I can add more as things develop, but for now, it's as much room as I'm willing to give it. So the offer is still reloading here. It's good. They've unwound a lot of delta within this 5-minute bar here. So, how many points stop on this? Looks like 14. A little less than 14. 13 and a half. Dr. Steve. Yeah, it's not just like how far the stop is. It's the fact that they could definitely hold higher, or also the fact that this is barely trying to make that way down, which could just be a sweep, and it's right back, and it's going to stop me out. I did too, because if it does start to inch back up and slow down, I can add there. I can always add on the way down. There's a lot of things. It's always what's going to keep me just calm and relaxed in terms of my risk. This is okay. Also considering it as them taking out my last runner and just getting back in the same idea that we could potentially make our way through here, this low volume area, and now I've got a runner back on and an extra lot. So same idea, same short, just at a reoffer spot. Not looking to get super greedy or anything. So if it works, nice. I also think if we could start getting downsides, there's a chance that I'll be able to add on at some point. Or if we make our way down to this node, we pop back up, and we stall somewhere here again, I'll just put on more size. But, yeah. Patience is always the best option. Sometimes, yeah, the market's going to go without you putting on as much size as you want, but the key word is sometimes. The market doesn't really just move around, and if you look at the day's activity and range, or not really, market's not in a hurry to get anywhere, to be honest. Generally, I don't even like these types of days where it's really narrow. I scaled out pretty aggressively, so I did have 8 on at the highs, and I took half of it by the time we hit like 20 points, so I was down to 4, and I'm scaling. By the time we hit overnight low, I only had 2 left. So, yeah, I was scaling aggressively because these days are just really choppy. Don't want to just sit in something and round trip with like 20 points, 15 points at a time. Usually it's a get my money, get out kind of day. Well, it's kind of like every day. But, yeah, luckily, well, I'd say luckily, because I did get the opportunity to hold 2 through a break of low up day and then into the zone where I got 1 and then trailed out. So, I think it's just, I'm saying this to emphasize, like, nobody knows what the market's going to do, where it's going to go, where it's going to stall, or you know where it's going to stall, but you don't really know the outcome of the direction, right? And that's kind of just how I always approach it. This was a really good long if I were flat, but we could continue, and I have a short runner from all the way up here. You know, I'm going to go for a break, especially since I've already got paid on 7 out of my 8 lots. And then by the time I was like, you know, I think it's a better cover and then try a long, we're already trading like up here. So just trailed out of that, and hey, missed opportunity, but that's just the way it goes. So as we make our way back into this zone, I'm going to look to cover 1 and go back down to just 1. Am I long or short? I'm short. This is just 2 trades today. This is my second trade. It's another short. I took a short earlier around high day. I'll run over that. If we can get this cover here, maybe I'll just chase it now. I want to try to cover 1, get down to 1 as a runner again. Then I'll outline the short in the morning. It was a pretty simple short. Alright, covering back in that zone. So we'll stick this here, and we put in a limit order. Gonna front run Nick by about 10 points here. 690 is where we'll try to get out of this. Okay, so the short in the morning, This is last week. Let's see. This red zone, overlapping value, volume 2. That led to significant move downs. First time back. This is last week. Really nice move down. They held this spot again. So now they're just building into one big node, right? Slow volume area. Held it, tried again, failed it. This is the third attempt today. So let me just blow this up a little bit. This is the third time back, left another tail, and they're struggling to get back into this volume, and they're leaving it as low volume. They're just trying. So 3 attempts. Now we drill down, and we've got multiple attempts on the day as well. This one coming off of a pretty good push down, considering the range. Good push down, they're failing, and they're absorbing. As soon as I think, all right, this is going to be given up by the buyers, I'm in shorts, and the move just happens. So, pretty simple. It's just, I mean, they made, X amount of attempts. And if this isn't going to go, there's a decent likelihood we'll try this area again, this range, this low volume area, this zone, whatever. And I'm scaling pretty aggressively into the zone because, well, the day's activity is kind of shitty. So the range is super narrow. We're talking like 70-something points. As the short was working out, I am very mindful that this can hold a higher low, right? This could have been a failed attempt lower, and then they hold it up here, and we just continue through, but that's not the case. Looks like they're like one tick from my runner here. If this holds, I'm not interested in any more shorts if this holds alongside, because it's going to be a failed attempt back down, and this is an area of interest for me. So price goes into this area, gets a pop, no surprise, right? First time, they're always going to do some sort of rebid or reoffer pullback, and then they hold higher and they continue through. That's hands off. I think we're just going to make our way back all the way through into the 840s, 850s. So, super close to this. If it takes me out, it is what it is. Like I always say, outcomes, manage the risk. The market gifts you some profits. Good for you. If not, you are in control of how much the market can take from you. If I were flat, would I be attempting this long? Likely. So yeah, that was my short in the morning. I hope that was clear enough. It's nothing too big brain or nothing like that. What a crappy day. It's not the best. Yeah, you gotta be really greedy in terms of we're not here to just start clicking buttons every day. We're here to see if the market is giving opportunities. So if you can sit here and be like, oh, it's a crappy day, well, I mean, you already have your answer. There's not much opportunity. There's no point in forcing anything. No one's sitting behind you with a gun to your head and saying, make me money today. Do I use RTH profile? This is RTH only here. My higher time frame has entire session profiles for reference, but this for execution is RTH. Yeah, Delhi. See, that's like, oh man, I hate when that happens. It feels horrible, and I'm always like, first, why did I even interact with this market? And secondly, if I did and I had a good trade or a decent move, it's like I should have just covered. I'm sitting here round tripping this thing that could take another hour or two to go the other way again. Or these moments are why I'm not as good at holding trades as other people. I'm a scalper because I hate it. I hate it so much. Round tripping and all that stuff. I'm willing to take longs now if they can come back. Eesh. Oops. They can come back a little bit. Yeah. How did you make the sell decision? I'm pretty sure that was probably before I outlined all this. Do I have a course? No, I don't have a course. But we do have something cooking. It's called painting the tape. and you'll see what we do there in depth. Nick, 3 lots long or 3 lots short? What are we talking? I am no longer interested in shorts. So either I'm getting long or I'm doing nothing. But I mean, profits are nice today. I can't complain. I'm just chilling. Guys, if you have questions, fire away. I've pretty much done my work for this session in terms of my own trading, but if the market wants to offer me overtime, I'll take it. I just things I want to see. Can we find out where Stowe is long from? Every price. He likes to buy every price. Do I trade prop? I used to a lot. Most of it was prop at some point. But then, you get enough from prop, you just put it into your own account. And I don't think it's far-fetched to say that trading your own account is a lot easier than trading a prop account. There's no rules, no like arbitrary stuff. So it's easier to be level-headed and not get into a market and be like, I need to make some money. You could just sit there and do nothing. There's no downsides to it. There's no minimum trading days, or there's no this or that. It's a lot easier to be even-keeled about what you do, especially what you don't do, and when you don't want to do it. So we are cooking up something for you guys. Yeah, I'll chill for now. We're like right in the middle of this range. Yeah, so I don't know when, but hopefully not too long from now, maybe in a matter of weeks, I, along with maybe the 3 others in the crew, we will be trading somebody's live book. I don't know if I can disclose who yet. Some of you might have an idea. We will be trading a live, we'll say program, and we will outline our stats for you within that particular account, that live account. So you will see our performance, our statistics, all that. So if you think, for anyone that's, there are always doubters, are you trading a prop, are you trading a personal, are you trading on sim? You will have your answer. If you think we suck, you might be right. If you think we're good, you might be right. Stay tuned. But hopefully within a few weeks, we'll be able to do that for you guys. And then, the 4 of us will just run them how we will. With stats, all that stuff for you guys. So, trying to make this show transparent. Trying to ES short, probably last year. Yes, yeah. It's like ES, last chance shorts too, in my opinion, so I don't hate it. If it works, you'll get paid nicely. If it doesn't, you will lose very little. So, at the end of the day, we have no idea. Manage your risk. One thing we can control is how much the market's going to be able to take from us, and the rest is up to the market. Yeah, appreciate that, guys. Yeah, I'm not sure if you'll find another broadcast that's as transparent, right? Everyone's going to say they're super transparent, but hey, I won't get into that. Loon. I don't know. Maybe at some point. I'm not too sure about that. Thanks, Adam. Yeah, Nick, are we? No. Who am I on with today? Oh, I'm on with Leo today. In the afternoon. Yeah, I'm double duty today, guys, so. I will be back on for Trade the Close with the big cat. But for now, we still got quite some time here, so see if the market sets up any opportunity. Right now, I can't say I like this right in the middle of the range. We are seeing absorption. We're going to see that all day. Is it a high low or lower high? Who knows? If I wanted to put risk on this, I'd rather do it in Vegas. Heikin-Ashi candle? Yes. These are Heikin-Ashi. I like Heikin-Ashi candles. They clean up the visual for me, so I can just not have to spend too much time looking at, price and more with order flow when it gets to certain spots. Eddie, you want more direction for order flow content? Yeah, go to YouTube, look up Painting the Tape, subscribe to that channel. Go on Twitter, look up Painting the Tape, follow that account, follow all 4 of us, follow me on Twitter. For now, it's a placeholder. I do have a YouTube account. You can go there, a few videos up there. But from here on out, my content will be, what's that word? Exclusively on Painting the Tapes socials. So it's going to be a blog. It's going to be videos, podcasts, stuff like that. Working on it. Susie, I really appreciate that statement because I think that's a fact of trading. You're going to get what you get. You learn what you learn. You see what you see. Ultimately, it is up to us individually to seek the results that we seek. And I say that in a way of trading is hard, but it's not at the same time. Trading itself is very easy. Managing yourself as your own boss in this game is very difficult, but it doesn't change the fact that trading can be easy in the way of, hey, you have a strategy, it has edge, what you're supposed to do, what you're not supposed to do, and it's simply sticking to it. That's what I mean by easy. It doesn't have to be overcomplicated. You can do it with a naked price chart. You can do it with this. Some people don't use charts. Pax doesn't even have a chart, right? He just uses the DOM. So many ways to do it. If you follow your process and your rules, it is easy. But doing so is very difficult. And so that's something I always think of too. When I'm trying to reel myself back in some way, getting tempted to put on some position somewhere, and I kind of can already see it's not really good edge. Like, hey, yeah, it could work. You're getting that feeling like this could work. I might be leaving points on the table if I don't take it. That's going to be like all the time. It's not about whether it could work. Everything could work. You can close your eyes, flip a coin, press a button at any time, 50-50, 1R. It can always work. We're looking for edge, and most importantly, we're looking for really good and defined edge, right? So waiting for that will do a lot more for your equity curve rather than chasing every potential trade. A potential winner will surface every minute, right? Every 5 minutes, and so on and so forth. But that's not what's going to make anybody's equity curve, and if you do it that way, you won't be in this game for long. You can always be the traders that you see on YouTube that win all day. They win all the time. But what they don't show is they also lose all the time. How is this possible? Because they're trading all the time. They're taking a million trades, and if you take a million trades, you're going to have a lot of winners, and then you can show the winners and redact some of the losers. Things like that, right? I don't even know how this rant started anymore. Guys, you know how I am. Sometimes I just go off on random rants. I don't even know if it was off of a question. But, I think it was off of Susie. Yeah, I'm seeing in the chat now. There's a lot of things to wrestle with. But ultimately, the game played properly, the game itself is easy, can be easy. It's us, it's our brain that makes everything difficult. So focus, focus should be on your personality, getting that process and the strategy that works with your personality. The hard part is, well, we don't really know. We think we know who we are until we start trading, and then you start to see like, oh, you know, I'm not so good at this. I'm better at that. I need to do this. I can do that. So yeah, I'm glad you guys are getting value. Um, Also, we appreciate the feedback, and it's always helpful to know, to hear, to see that we are still giving value, you know, so we know that we're going in the right direction still with our streams, with our content, with what we're relaying. It's a good proof of concept. So appreciate it. Hit the likes, please, if you haven't already. My boss is a jerk. Your boss is a jerk. My boss is an idiot. Are you using RTH? Yes. This is RTH on my main chart. Tempted to short this, yes. Looks like it's failing, but hey, look, we don't know if it's high or low or low or high yet. We're in the middle of the range, teetering the edge of value. Better edge can be had, so I will stay out and let chat distract me. So yeah, RTH, but these are full session Globex and RTH full day profiles here individually, and this is a 5-day rolling. So that is how I refer to the market. MA, a winner is when you get paid. I don't care, or no one should care how well the trade worked if you didn't get paid for it. It's the fact of the matter, right? That's why winners or losers, it's more of like a blanket term. To me, you're risk on or you're risk off. The market gifted you or it didn't. I use that verbiage with myself because it keeps me like grounded with the reality of things. It's not, hey, I'm right or I'm wrong. The market really doesn't care what my opinion is. The market does what it does. If it worked and I got paid, cool. If not, it's just a function of the market, right? Up or down, it's an auction. I'm only looking to control the outcomes, which are a nice winner, like a scratch, or a small loser. As long as those are the outcomes and it doesn't change into something like a bigger loser or this or that, or a smaller winner in comparison to your risk, I'm within my confines, it's totally okay. If those conditions look different on a trade, I'm doing something wrong, I'm doing something I shouldn't be doing, I'm doing something that's not even worth doing. Yeah, I'm trying to get through chat. Sometimes you end up ranting, right? And this is kind of the worst part. You know, I always talk about market making decisions, and after it's made a few, after it's made enough, and if they're drastic enough, it will just start to do nothing for a while. Decisions have been made, right? Upside, they made it eventually. Downside, now they seemingly have made another one, and what are they doing? They're just kind of like just consolidating in the middle. They're trying to figure things out. I'm not going to get in the way. I'm going to wait until they figure things out, and we'll revisit. NQ Trader, yes, I will be trading those accounts exclusively on stream, and if I trade anything off stream, it will be my own. So the intention behind those accounts are for the stream. So you guys will likely see smaller sizing from me. Probably not too drastic, depending on how generously filled those accounts are. It will affect my sizing, so we'll see. But yeah, the idea of those accounts is for the stream itself. So everything we've done on the account, it will have been on the stream. The stats you see related to the account will be from the streams trades. Could be weekly, whatever they want to do. But how loaded the account is will impact the sizing. So if it's smaller sizing, hey, that's risk management, right? Rob K. I have an answer. I don't like the answer, but I'll give you the answer. Rob K says, appreciate your rants. How much of your top tier trading wisdom? Top tier, I'd use that loosely. Trading wisdom came from screen time, and how much from books, material, other traders. I will say screen time, like, geez, a large majority. We'll say
London's about to
at least,
close here.
70%. And we'll get to that breakdown. Books, like 0. And that's the reason I don't like my answer. It's a 0, not because I don't think the books are useful. It's that because every time I get a hold of one, right, I'm in a few pages and I just don't finish it. I have every intention to. And it's not that I don't finish it because I don't think it's worth finishing. It's that there are, I need to do things, and sometimes I just put it down and don't revisit them, and then there's another book that I'm like, oh, I want to try this one. That's why it's a 0 on that. It's not something that I would like to say openly, right? Because I don't want anyone to think that they're not helpful. They are certainly helpful. That's why they're popular. The books are good, but 0 from the book. And I would say other traders and other material are lumped in together because it's just my overall exposure, whether it be like YouTube, right? I've scoured YouTube. I've seen so many things, mostly bad, but a lot of good. And you get to a point, I got to a point where through like another 20 hours of YouTube, I can get like a little tiny something, maybe even that. It's a diminishing return on time spent, but that's the game, right? You're looking for everything that can help, and if it takes 20 hours just to get one little thing that makes you 0.5% better, to me it was worth it. I put in the time to get where I am in the game. Right? My approach now seems really lazy. I get to discipline blah blah blah. I don't trade too long, but getting here was not easy. It is as difficult as anyone would imagine, compared to their own journey. So it wasn't. I just had my way. Also, a lot of it is screen time because 70-80% screen time because that's where I learned who I was. That's where I learned how certain things make me feel, whether it's a market environment, whether it's a market regime over a longer duration, whether it's when the market does this and I do that and then the market does this, how does it make you feel? It's because largely the screen time is where I learned who I was in the way that is applicable to trading. And yeah, that's my breakdown of that. Long-winded, I know. But I have a significant amount of focus on being able to identify your personality, accepting it, realizing and understanding it as the reality, as truth. And then finding your way around that through process, strategy, management, instead of constantly chasing a strategy, right, or chasing somebody else's process. It can be different. Some people might look at my process and be like, this guy should never trade. You should never even be allowed to open a chart. You don't have the discipline. You don't this. If you weren't at your desk 30 minutes before the open, you don't deserve to even look at a computer screen right now. And if you haven't lost 3 friends within the last 3 months, you're not cut out for it. That's forget it. So it's like I have my own living proof that these people who are so extreme about the game, maybe they don't know everything. And I started to explore my own routes, explore my own ways of managing myself, and this, and this is how I landed here. David Dean, that's another thing. Everyone says don't show your P&L, right? Hide it so that you're not affected by your trade. That was something I could never do. That's why in my trades I'm seeing my unrealized P&L by dollar value. I always have my P&L on screen. I can see it right now. A closed P&L for the day. Something that I could not do was hide it and disregard it and all this. I just mentally couldn't do it. And I stopped trying to be that person. And now I work around it. And I understand, like, there are some triggers that, you know, a trigger that can be set off by having P&L up. Now, if I want to have P&L up, I got to work around it. Which is why I trade very scarcely in terms of how long I'm on my charts. Because I know that the P&L thing could lead to chasing. You want a nice round number. Oh, you gave some back on your high water mark, or this and that, or you used to this. I fully understand those things, and that's how I manage myself. I leave a very narrow window to start for all these triggers, and as I'm trading, I'm closing them. I'm closing all the windows. Realistically, right? If I wasn't streaming today, I get that short. It's good. Runners covered. I'm done. My charts are off. I got what I got. Came here. I did my work the right way. I'm going to close all the windows. But yes, you know, the whole thing is, oh, the market's giving still some edge. Push it. But I know myself. If I've spent some form of mental capital and the market's still giving a really strong edge, either it's still obvious and my plan is still in place, which it wasn't anymore, right? My plan, good short opportunity, and if we get here, I'm happy. And that was the plan. Plan played out, nothing more. But if the plan's still in effect, sure, I'll stick around because it probably would be easier to execute with because I have the plan still in play. But just because the market's still doing things that are within my process doesn't mean I'm mentally still sharp enough to execute it as well as I should and be on top of my own ass. When one window gets cracked open a little too wide, that leads to something like tilt, that leads to this, that leads to that. A pre-trigger to another trigger. Right? So I am very diligent at just closing the windows. I'm here to execute. I do it the best of my ability. And when I feel like, hey, look, I've done my work for the day, that's it for me. And some people can just hammer away at the charts because, well, they're different personality. They manage things differently. They're better at me in so many ways, right? That's just how it is. Anyone can make it in the game. You just got to be real with yourself and stop comparing. You know, they'll always talk about comparing. Yes, we get it. We get it. It's the same platitude over and over. Doesn't make it any less true, though. If you compare, it's kind of like letting other personalities bleed into your own. But that's not the reality. Yeah, I don't know. The chat's gone by since. Sorry, I want another rant. Is the green streak like 2 months now? I don't know. It's a long time, though. And also, I hate that some people might get the idea that, like, I'm green every day. Just because, like, I'm, like, some top-tier trader. It's more, I would say a lot of it is attributed to my lack of staying on the chart. Yeah, a lot of times, if I'm blessed enough to be green, which lately, yes, my work's done. But I'm in a different place, in a different headspace, probably, about trading in general. But yeah, the streak is still alive. I don't know how long. I don't pay attention to it. I don't attribute a green streak to me being so good or some kind of like outlier performance. The market just happened to do what I thought it would do. And the next red day where it doesn't, I'm not going to be like, oh, I did something wrong today and I need to revisit everything. No, the next red day will just be because the market disagreed with me. And it's going to do that. That's the function of the market. Oh, yeah, that was about hiding P&L. Yeah, and everyone puts P&L on the trades and points. I can't do that because I won't respect the risk well enough. So I'm like, oh, just a few points. Maybe I'll add here. Maybe I'll do this. No, I need it in my face. Like, this is what you're risking. This is the reality of your situation. Now do something about it. Eagles Chiefs prediction? Come on, man. You know. I'm not gonna say it's the Chiefs. I do hate that the Eagles defense is kind of gutted though. But I mean, if they wanted to keep that offense, especially the O-line, yeah, it's the price to pay. Maybe Jalen Carter won't spit in somebody's face and gut our D-line as well. So. Yeah, I don't even honestly. I don't know if that's how I take. I don't think the Chiefs are going to see. I don't think they're going to come out of the AFC anymore. After seeing that Bills Ravens game, those two teams are playing a cut above the games we've seen so far. That's for sure. I think that's already probably the game of the year, week 1. Um, yeah, Ravens and Bills. I'm not sure the Chiefs come out of the AFC anymore. Maybe ever again. Fractal, yo, let me get one of those stream accounts. You sure can. If you do well enough, you will. I can't go over the top on promoting things, but it's the idea. I was watching a video on YouTube for a DOM absorption and where's market buys and sells, not going anywhere. Lito, that's a really loaded question. What I do on the DOM all the way to high time frame is always the same thing. It's fractal. What I'm looking for in the market is very fractal. Effort and what's happening to the effort. If you see like how my zones are drawn, let's say like this offer one, it's effort. What happened to it? It led to downsides. So price comes back to, especially for the first time, I'm gonna look for the downside because this is where all the effort was put in both sides. You get a build like this, it's two-way take. Buyers and sellers in here. The information given here, there's more sellers than buyers. Price comes back to it for the first time since that information. I'm gonna assume the information remains the same. Cool, you get paid for it. Right, things like that. Something like this, right? This is yet another attempt at this swing low. Got a nice build. I hate that it built this way because it's hard to really find level. But I'm gonna assume, like, to start that, it would be around here, near the main node and POC, that they would catch price. And coming back, I would get here. Well, right now, we're seeing the market move up. So I would like to see downside get unrewarded to go for upside. So as we move up, every time it goes back into the major node, we reject, taper, we go. Same thing as this. We go, we come back, we barely build anything, lose this volume and go. Same thing on the DOM. Whoever's coming in hot, buyers, sellers, or what's happening then? Right? If I'm short bias, I want to fade buying. So as buying comes in on the DOM and doesn't get rewarded, well, I'm looking to leave them in the dust. So in a vacuum, that's what I'm doing. Obviously, there's a lot of nuance to it. I do my best to outline them in the videos. We will do better moving forward. I am slowly working on my own playbook to release to you guys for free. That's work in progress. Be patient. I've got a lot of things I need to do. Market is still trying to make a choice. If they can't even break out of this small range, there's not that much edge in here. So, in the meantime, I will keep answering chat. Intraday trader, this is funny. Can you explore how you and your partners got picked to star on NT live stream? Well, Deli approached Leo, and Leo went to his Rolodex of friends and found all 3 friends that he had, and lucky for him, all 3 friends said yes. That's literally how we got on here. I had no intention of ever having a following to begin with. My Twitter was blank, just for following. Just always been low key, but here I am, dragged into the spotlight. So, hello, chat. I've got aura. I appreciate it. I'm not too sure what that means, but I see it a lot on socials. Who needs to get a mental game book when you can listen to XY rants? Yeah. Welcome to my TED Talk, guys. What's up, Joe? Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Bills, Ravens, Packers, Eagles. You think it's going to be Packers? I mean, I hope it's Eagles. Bills, Ravens, yeah, that's... Dude, they're so good. I think he meant the conference championship game, AFC, and the NFC championship game. Heiken-Ashi chart, what time frame? This is a 1 minute Heiken-Ashi chart. I like 1 minute. The other guys all use volume based. I like 1 minute. Can I release something this weekend on YouTube? I just released something last weekend on Friday as a teaser for PTT. It wasn't on YouTube. It was on Twitter. So if you were on Twitter, you've seen it. It was the high of day short that I had on NT Livestream. Through my lens as in-depth as possible. So if you haven't seen it, check it out. I think that, I don't know, the market ran like 400 points from that short. I took it out at like 100 something points. So yeah, regretfully. But there's something else releasing, Lido or Lido. There's something else releasing this weekend that's better than just a video from me. So if you're on Twitter, if you've been paying attention, you will see it. Hans, most viewed playbook. We'll see. I'm not too sure about that. Can I show you Paint the Tape channel? I quite literally cannot right now. But if you hop on my Twitter, it's in the pinned. It's literally pinned as like the top post or whatever. Or yeah, there is Paint the Tape in the chat. Pretty sure that's the one. It's either Painting the Tape or Paint the Tape. It's one of those, but I don't think they'd mess that up. Yeah, JD Trader. So yeah, I think you have great honest advice. Yeah, JD Trader. So the thing I say a lot too is when I get on these rants and if I start to like cuss and stuff and the language becomes a little more extreme, do know that it's from a headspace of like it's like me talking to myself. I'm answering your questions. I'm referring to you guys like as chat. But when I'm saying these things, it's always like talking to the younger trader in me that I wish somebody said, and things I wish I had known, the ways I wish I had seen it, and all that stuff. And it's kind of like, yeah, that's my mindset. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm envisioning when I'm saying these things is wish I had someone to say it to me. Wish I had known it. And it's like, if I can go back and say it to myself, this is literally what I'd be saying. So, came for the trade, stayed for the talks. Yeah, fortunately, you guys didn't actually see the trades. Well, I don't know if I was on stream yet covering the last of the short down, but the second one was short-lived because the market decided that we don't want to do anything for the next hour. So, what can I do about it? Sorry, guys. I didn't know I muted myself. What was the last thing you heard? I was referring to Tom Brooks' comment about his Bears. Cracks me up. But yes, I feel bad for Bears fans watching yesterday's game. That's for sure. You want to check out Order Flow Labs? I would definitely advise you to check out Order Flow Labs. It's where I would say like 90% of my order flow journey was in there. 10% before they opened, and as soon as they opened, I got in there, and I've been in there since. My entire order flow journey, we'll say entirely pretty much, it's been with Order Flow Labs. So, worst case scenario, you try, you don't like it, then you get rid of it. What's the harm? But the best case scenario is that you will learn a lot. It's a great community. A lot of education, great community. I wouldn't have streamed in there for 3 years if I wasn't proud of the community, if I didn't really enjoy doing so, So I think that's a pretty indicative answer. And if you don't like it, just don't subscribe again. It's like a trade, right? You've got good upside. Your downside's capped to a month. Eh, it is what it is. Do I enjoy durian? Do I seek it out and crave it and think about it? No. Will I eat it? Sure. I don't have anything against it, but it's not especially special. No. I'm not a Taylor Swift fan. Yeah. But Painting the Tape, the marketing. Yeah, we hired Taylor Swift's marketing team to do our marketing. Costs a pretty penny. Please support. Yeah, Jay Cairo. I think I do seek to unwind a lot of. It's like parenting, right? Maybe the older generations are a lot more tough, a lot more fierce. The younger generations are finding other ways around certain things, traditions. I don't want to say like things more efficiently, but you don't always have to lose all your family and friends in the game, and I do want to kind of unwind that sentiment slowly through the younger traders. We have so much accessibility when it comes to trading now. We can do it at home on a computer. Discord exists, so you can find yourself into good communities. Streams like this exist. Education is everywhere. There are different ways to get into the game and to navigate the game now. So, yeah. I convinced you. Yeah. Well, I don't get any affiliate referral money from driving people to OFL. So there's no code, guys. Trial and error is no joke. Yeah, for a large part, you're just going to get trial and error. That's what it feels like, at least. Eagles-Rams final. Rams, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. The Eagles back-to-back, I like that. Went to bed after the long... Yeah, that hurt for Bears fans, for sure. Yeah, Jacob, durian is potent. Like, I can't think of many other things that are more potent than it. I know as a kid, every time, like, my parents had it in the fridge, and I opened the fridge, you would smell it right away, and I just closed that thing. I'm like, dude, how can I eat this? As you grow older, you get a little used to it, but it's super potent. The only other thing that's crazier is probably, like, in Taiwan. Dude, I don't think you could find anything more potent than that. Hoodcraft, I have no idea. I don't run a Mac, so I don't know. But I always hear the word parallels when it comes to Mac users, so I'm assuming that's the play. What do I make of this price action? Well, as you can see, I'm flat, and I've been flat since the price action started. So I traded this move down, I traded this potential reoffer, and as soon as the market made the choice, well, we're not going lower, and they also say, well, we're not going higher. That's exactly what they've done since. They haven't gone lower, they haven't gone higher, which means they haven't gone anywhere, which means there's nothing worth doing. And so I've just found my way into rants somehow. And as I've been ranting, the market hasn't done anything. So apologies for the lack of action, but it'd be ill-advised. My chart's too dark, one can rarely see the content. Does anyone else have issues seeing my chart? Homemade sauerkraut. Yeah, I can't imagine that smells pretty good either. What's a big big rectangle? Well, there's two. A red one and a gray one. So let me run you guys through that. The red one is resistance. It's this zone here. This one used to be resistance right here, right? This volume, and then it became support, and then it became resistance at some point, and then it became support. So and it's just gray. If it's like a first touch, I expect it to be this kind of thing. It will be red or it will be green, teal, right? And as the market moves, zones get deleted, they get added, whatever. But if it's something that's constantly flipping support resistance over under, then I just mark it gray. So yeah, these are the zones right here. So MB, I'm not sure what the issue is for you. It seems like people can see it just fine. Production has told me it's fine. Maybe it's a resolution thing. I don't know what your resolution is. Yeah, sorry guys. You know, my charts are a lot tinier than everybody else's. It's because when I trade, I don't like this. I hate this. I hate zooming in because I'm gonna get lost in the sauce now. I want to see it for what it is, and I'm not even talking about doing this, right? Blowing it up to fit the action, because even then I can still subconsciously think that, okay, we've got some range for me to work with. I keep it like this, so I'm constantly being reminded, it's in my face, like this is a tiny range. This is like 30% of my monitor, this profile right now. And if I'm going to interact with the market like that, what is this, like 130 points? I need to be very picky. Right? So, apologize. There will be days where it looks like my chart is scrunching for no reason. There is a reason. I want to stay very objective with the market. Since I'm very good, would I start paid training and trade room? No, maybe in the future, maybe at some point, but right now, my focus will be on PTT, releasing free content. And by free content, I mean literally everything that I can possibly give that is my own alpha to trading. I will do my best to relay it in that free content, so you don't have to pay for any of my strategies, my this, my that. It will be there. If I ever do a paid room, it's because I want to be paid for the time that I'm putting in to helping people individually, as a group, as a Discord, all that stuff. Because you guys know how I am on the charts. On any given day, generally 1 hour is my max amount of time on the chart doing my work. If I'm still trading, it's 2 hours in, it's not going the way I want it to go. It's not to say that I'm getting destroyed, but it's not going that smoothly, right? And if I'm going to devote more time into something like training or paid Discord, it's got to be worth it for me. So that's where now Paymax comes in. Paymax, because there's alpha that's hidden behind something. It's going to be all over the internet. I'm not going to put any of my strategies or alpha behind a paywall. That will not happen. If there is a paid room, it's because it's like a coaching or a mentoring thing or whatever. But either way, it's my time that I'm allocating, and I have to be compensated in a way that, okay, now it makes sense to me to even do it in the first place. So right now there is no paid room. If you're looking for strategies and you think maybe behind a paywall I'll release it at some point, no, it's going to be all released for free. Yeah, the chart, so some people say issues with labeling. The chart is very cluttered today. And that's another thing, usually when I see this, I know that we're either going to be locked into this range where all the MGI is cluttered, or if we break, we can finally leave it all behind, but it's not as likely. So some days like this, when it's choppy, when it's balanced, when it's small range, the MGI is going to be cluttered everywhere, and the chart's going to be cluttered, and it's kind of one of my visual cues too, like, okay, this is what we're working with. Don't expect too much. Everywhere you go, another piece of MGI again and again and again. Like, this is horrible, because we can't go lower, and as we go higher, we're bumping into VWAP now. Like, there's just, the runway is there. Sure, look at the profile, right? Looks rebalanced, whatever. But in that runway, it's full of speed bumps. So if you're trying to drive through it, you're going to get the experience of driving through just speed bumps every 20 seconds, right? So that's not something I'd like to really trade. It's not something I'd like to drive through. So another another example that I give often, and this will be my last because they're gonna kick me off the show soon, is when you see a profile, whether it's like this, and you look at it and be like, this is shit, or it's really jagged, it's really weird, you can't make anything of it, you can still look at it and be like, this is shit. So if you say you're hiking and you see terrain that looks like shit, it's really dicey, it's really scary, you know you can die in it, why would you try to hike it? And as a trader, it's like, why would you try to trade it then? Right? If you can look at this and say, I love this profile, I'd like to trade it, hey, do you. If you can look at this and be like, oh, this structure is trash, I would not want to trade this. As a hiker, if you see terrain, you're like, I might get absolutely cooked trying to hike this. Would you really hike it, or would you just wait? Or if it's like super slippery and rainy, like, would you just wait? You know, like, same thing can apply. This is horrible. Yes, this MGI is, or the volume structure is in a way where you can just keep going through and through, but all the MGI is in the way everywhere. VWAP's right in the middle of this thing. It's 9 o'clock my time, 2.5 hours after the market open. We have not done anything. So, yeah, my monitor is a 5K by 2K full inch, so I have a bunch of res. You guys are seeing, right now you're seeing about like 2/3 of my monitor. So the res is kind of high. I don't know how it translates on stream, but apologies. This is just how I do things. I like to not do all this so I can trick myself that there's range and I get myself in trouble. So days like this, you'll see this. I apologize. But where do I mark my pivot? This pivot right here, this is an OFL study. It's called the Joe pivot. It's very good. Trading against it sucks. Trading with it is great. Yes, that's an OFL. So I'm getting kicked off the stream now, backstage. So I'll be back for the close. It's me and the big cat today. So I'll see you guys then. Thanks for hopping on. Thanks for staying on if you're still here. You know, we didn't get too much trading for the duration of the stream, but to be fair, they didn't really give me much to trade afterwards. So with that, I'm going to sign off, and I'll see you guys in 2 hours. See you guys.
Moxie. Ooh. Well, meow. Millie. Millie.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Ninja Trader Live. I am Tracy Shukart, Senior Economist, and here are the headlines moving markets this afternoon. First, I wanted to go over the jobs report a little bit. I know that came out at 10 a.m., but we didn't get the opportunity to discuss it. So the payroll was revised down by a record 911,000 jobs. Before the report, the government payrolls data indicated that employers were added 1.8 million jobs, or say an average of 149,000 jobs per month. Now, with these revisions, that has been cut in half to about 70,000 jobs. So the big question now is the economy weaker, much weaker than we had initially thought? And it also kind of gives the impression that there's even more reason to doubt the integrity of the data that's being published by the BLS, because this is not, this year was 911,000. Last year it was over 800,000. So we've had some big years of revisions in a row, and so this is the cause of concern on the integrity of this report. Now, we did see kind of a move to the downside initially, and I want to kind of explain why. I think this is because the economy, because I think the markets were thinking, wow, the economy is much weaker than we thought. Maybe we're not in Goldilocks territory, so maybe we should get worried about this a little bit, even though that obviously seals the deal for even further for a September rate cut. In fact, we're at 92% for a 25 basis point, 8% for a 50 basis point. But a lot of people are speculating that with this data, barring any unforeseen circumstances with the inflation report, we will see 50 basis points. But overall, this is going to make the inflation data that much more important this week. Again, we have PPI tomorrow and then a very important CPI on Thursday, so we'll keep an eye out on that. We also had Jamie Dimon came out on CNBC and said, the economy is obviously weakening after this BLS report, and whether that is on the way to a recession or just weakening, I don't know. Of course, Caroline Levitt had a press conference talking about saying the payroll revisions show we need new Fed leadership. Fed needs to cut the rates. Essent was also on commenting, saying the Fed is way behind the curve, obviously. So not surprising that we've heard from everybody on that side of the administration. We also have the Apple debut. They debuted AirPods Pro 3 with a heart rate monitor and a better fit, apparently. The iPhone Air, the thinnest model to date, which really looks like the iPhone 8, but with a camera stuck on the back. That said, apparently consumers were not impressed. Apple is down about 1.5% right now since this event has been going on. So also notable. And then we had Citibank come out and say, sorry about that. We had Citibank come out and say they do continue to see consumers spending, and that is trending still up. And so it's going to make credit card data and default data going to be that much more important. Our consumers just using their credit cards, in other words, and or defaulting on payments. So we'll have to keep an eye on that data as it comes out intently. And that is the news while we were away. So I will hand it off to Leo and XYZ for Trade the Close.
Ooh, we're on camera.
Is this the part where we talk now?
Hey, they've got...
What's going on, brother?
They got two of the most unprofessional guys out here. What could go wrong?
One of the most unprofessional and then one of the most professional. You got it wrong. I'm not going to say who's which.
You want to show them your very cool short that you're cooking right now?
Sure. We can just get right into it.
The greatest short.
It's literally the best trade of the afternoon.
I think it is, and I missed it.
I mean, it's really basically like, I don't know, if you folks that like good excess on a session are going to be really mad about this chart because we just cannot progress any higher above the 5-minute opening range here.
Yes is worse.
I heard.
Excess enjoyers.
Yeah. So we came up here, had all kinds of absorption, and I just took a couple of stabs at a short. Just trying to get myself at the top of the range here. I've covered a couple. I'm only at micros because this is very slow, grinding market. I'm just not. Slow markets are not my thing. So I am playing it, small and tight. And what's weird is that for this trade, I don't really have a great target because realistically,
so much stuff in the way.
I mean, yeah, you could target the OR low to take one. I probably will. Maybe VWAP, if we get down there, and then just kind of let it run. There's really nothing. There's no great.
I think
target.
VWAP is. If this is gonna work, VWAP it's gotta happen. That's like the first batch of MPI, and then after that, it's like every single 10 points. There's something. It's Friday close, overnight low, IB low, Friday low. Too many things in the way.
Yeah. So that's what I'm looking at. I am curious. I know the Apple event occurred today, and XY apparently has an iPhone 13, so he definitely needs to upgrade. But what do you guys? What do you guys think in the chat here? Is the iPhone worth buying this year? The iPhone 17, or we should just call it version like 700, because it seems like they make one every 6 months. I know they. No way. Okay, not even close. I said the only reason that I would buy one is for the increase in battery life. You're gonna switch to Android? Wow.
Oh, I don't know about that.
I'm an iPhone guy, all in.
Yeah, I run mine.
All I saw was the camera ad. If you would like to get scanned, I mean, it does work, I'm pretty sure. I don't know that that would be a scam. Android's taking share. It has a wallet. Doesn't the current one have a wallet? I never buy new phones. They're super expensive. Android is so much more advanced now. A lot of Android people. The problem with Android is you don't have iMessage. That's a big selling point.
I don't want to talk to anyone with green text, green bubbles. And the emojis are odd. They're strangely huge. Like it's very strange. It's like get out
On
of
the
my face.
Android?
Yeah.
But the
Do I have any
so anyway.
videos on my strategy? I have plenty, but I won't be uploading on my YouTube anymore. If you guys want more videos, follow Painting the Tape on YouTube. We will be there.
Something big is happening.
Something. Working with an iPhone 6? No, man. I got mine still got the squared edges, you know? I hate the curved edges because I keep dropping it. If you don't have a case, you're going to get cooked.
You have to have a case for your phone.
I like the
You-
no case.
You're a no case guy?
Yeah.
So you're literally like raw dogging that phone that's 4 years old.
Hey, life's a gamble, ain't it?
Alright, I'm gonna take one. Why don't you share what's going on with painting the tape? Some people might not be aware.
Yeah, I mean, I showed it in the morning.
Oh, you did?
Oh, yeah, I showed it. Because
Well,
I was getting a lot of questions about... Someone was like, hey, release a video this week. I'm like, dude, I just made one last week. But yes, a lot of questions about things like coaching and paid Discord and videos and playbook. And I said, look, follow PTT on Twitter. Get on the YouTube. Paint the Tape. All of my content here on 4th will be there.
so we're gonna do podcasts. Obviously, those will be coming back. There will be a website with my playbook, with So's setups, playbook, XYZ setups and playbook, and next, setups and playbook, and that will just be continually updated over time. And then we'll be streaming here on Ninja Trader Live.
Yeah, we'll be putting out content regularly. Like, you know, it's a blog, it's a website, it's videos, it's recaps, it's a podcast. Yeah,
And it's all free, so there's, take it or leave it. Take it or leave it. Is it at Paint the Tape? I don't remember the handle, actually.
Yeah, they
We're
posted
really
it.
bad at this.
Backstage posted it.
We're really bad at sharing.
I think it's Paint the Tape by handle.
Paint
It's-
underscore the tape. Paint underscore the tape. Paint, yeah, somebody put it in the chat. That's the Twitter handle. What's up, Turn 1010?
You know what they said in the morning, Leo? They said we were slow rolling the marketing on PTT like Taylor Swift's albums.
Is that a
I
compliment?
don't listen to Taylor Swift, so I don't know how.
I don't know. Does she still sing?
She's like the GOAT still, no?
I was wondering if their wedding was going to be at Kansas City Stadium. That would be insane.
It's on Sunday, this Sunday when the Eagles beat them.
Did they lost to the Eagles on Sunday?
No, they're playing this Sunday.
Okay.
Grudge match. Super Bowl grudge match.
You guys got my quarterback,
Hmm?
Jalen Hurts.
Oh, that's right.
Yep.
The Jalen Hurts story is crazy, man.
I'm a Baker Mayfield fan, so currently my team is the Tampa Bay Bucks. I don't really have an NFL team, so basically I'm a huge OU fan. So what I do is kind of just follow the players from college sports to the NFL, and I've always been like a Baker fan, like big time.
Dude, Baker
So-
Mayfield's a baller, man.
Yes. Did you see that pass at the end of the last game?
Dude, he's a
Dude,
freaking baller.
that was a That was a dart right to the middle of the end zone. It was insane. So yeah, I'm a Buccaneers fan at the time, but you know that could change in a couple of years. The bigger story is great.
Being a Bears fan is really fun.
Being a Bears fan is.
Oh man, yesterday must have been so painful, man. Bengals fans too. That's a rough one. It's the Cincinnati Burrows Pacers. It's literally just two guys trying to do everything.
So what do we have this week? Volume is in the gutter, but we're also doing things. Contract roll is starting to get underway. I know in the past we've had some pretty good volatility with roll, so we'll see what PPI numbers bring as far as volatility, but and it's been 2 grindy sessions back to back. Just at least from my perspective, yesterday's market was a really tough short to hold on to. That was kind of the trade that I was in, and it felt like I actually gave up on the short. I literally just rage quit because it wasn't going anywhere. And then it finally dumped.
Dude, I knew we were gonna be absolutely cooked this afternoon when they didn't make a new low. They couldn't break this low anymore. I was like, great. Now we're gonna go right back up through and
Right back to the
day.
Yeah. So what do we got tomorrow? What do we have tomorrow? PPI, right? Let's look at
I know, Sam Bradford.
Dude, he was a should have never been quarterback.
So many of those stories in sports, it sucks.
Thursday, damn.
Pax just posted a good tweet that everyone should read.
Oh, we'll read it live. PPI Wednesday, CPI tomorrow. And then our favorite, consumer sentiment. What did Pax tweet? Let's see.
Read it to us.
I will. If it's PG-13. It's only not PG-13 on Fridays.
Friday's the best.
Pax tweeted 5 hours ago, 6 hours ago, 20 hours ago. What are you talking about?
All of them.
Does it not?
Talking about all of them.
I mean, you said don't roll from September to December until the volume is heavier.
Oh.
I mean, that's standard.
Yeah, guys, just go to barchart.com.
You literally, okay. Here, I'm going to give you the rule of thumb. The roll is this easy. Look at the total volume today traded. How many contracts did we trade? Compare that to how many contracts traded in December, right? If the volume is greater in the December contract, you roll. If it's greater in the current month, September, then you don't roll. Usually what's been happening over the past year or so, whenever they change the roll a little bit, is I will just end up rolling on Friday afternoon, like after I'm done trading, or I'll roll on a Monday morning.
Yeah, just wait for the volume. It's that simple for me.
What is the tweet everybody should read, JD? Because that wasn't.
John.
Hey, what's up, John?
John says, hi, Leo and XY. How are you guys doing today? Hi, good morning.
I'm doing good. Our baby got sick again.
Oh, again?
Yeah.
At least it's not COVID this time.
I don't know. My wife thinks she has it.
Uh-oh.
I don't know. Maybe that's why I didn't get sick. She's like, how did you not get sick? So, back to school. G's, in kindergarten. So he's back to school last week. He comes home with a cold, passes it on to my wife and the little one.
Back to school is always like sending them out into a petri dish. And then you bring...
Monday and maybe Tuesday next week will be untradeable. I don't don't necessarily agree with that, but you definitely should not roll until the volume is greater in the next contract. We went through that. What is roll? That's a great question. Roll is every futures contract has an end date. It has an expiration date. So currently we're trading the September contract. They expire every 30 days. So at the end of the current contract's expiration, which is the one we're in, we will roll. So, larger institutional money that doesn't, trade intraday, they'll move their positions from September's contract to December's. So that process is called rolling. So they'll take their positioning, they'll, cover their positions, whether that's long or short, and then they'll move it to the next contract, the December contract. So that process happens over the course of about a week to, let's say, a day, and then everybody starts trading actively the next contract, which will be the December contract. So that roll week it's a bit funky because you start splitting the volume between two contracts because, some of that, some people start trading December, they'll start, rolling to December, etc. So they're selling one to buy the other, or they're buying one to sell the other, etc. And so actually some of the order flow isn't that clean as far as the read goes. And it generally tends to be a bit of a slower, week. That hasn't been true for the past couple of contract rolls, but so far it's proving to be the case. But then, we're just 2 days in, so we'll see what happens tomorrow and Thursday. And this is different than when the contract changes from, say, September to December. That's what we're doing now. We're going through that process of changing contract. How's the short doing? Well, it went right here from 45 to 23, and I covered along the way, and now I've just got these two left that I'm probably just going to let stop out for break even.
Yeah, I need you to get out of the way.
Oh, did you jump in along? Nice.
I got long, just 3 lots. I'm trying to take one off at 47 here.
Yeah.
47, new high day, and then see if they can run this thing. But it's slowing down.
That is a funny question. How is the short doing? It's on the chart. You can literally see it.
Well, early in the morning, some people were saying they couldn't really see my chart. So it could be a resolution thing. We're running a bit of a higher res. So. Where's your stop?
You wouldn't. I'm not telling you.
Need to run it.
Actually, no, I'm going to just get out of this. I might just get out of it. Because honestly, this is prime at this point to get run at some point. It looks like you're positioned for it.
Hardly. I'm only in 3, but it's not that great.
I'm going to, maybe I'll take the sacrifice. Get out so you can.
There's so much absorption like right under here. What is this?
We're seeing a decent amount of size on a Q at 345.
Yeah, this is 45. I just want 47.
Are you gonna kill it over 5 points? At $5?
Man, I've had a trade. 1 tick. It was 1 tick from my TP1, and I was like, nah, I'll ruin this over $5. Came all the way back to me. Some days I'm feeling crazy, some days I'm like, nah.
From the guy that cannot hold a trade for distance, you can be
TP1 is hardly distance, though. That's the thing. TP1 is like,
yeah,
you can't
but
even get a
you're
TP1.
still
That
willing.
trade is really
You're still willing to begrudgingly not take profit at 1 tick. They say
At a TP1.
D for a T.
Anything past a TP1, yes, but not a TP1.
That's pieces. Is there an instrument for the index to act like a perpetual contract to do a BitMEX? Yeah, it's called the S&P 500 QQQ, be equal to NQ. SPX, ETI, SPY. We need to yeah, let's do it. Could it be streamed in 4K? The problem is the higher resolution that it gets streamed in, the longer the delay is. So like right now, I think it's about a 4 to 5 second delay. If it went to 4K, and the guys in the back can tell me I'm wrong and they can call me a liar. But if it went up to 4K, I think the delay would go up to like 20 or 30 seconds potentially. Damn.
Oh, this is a 1 minute time frame hash stream. How do I come up with targets? Is it just doubling risk? No, it's always an area of interest or something structural or an MGI spot. I never do like the whole like, oh, what's my stop, and then I just double the risk for 2R, because the market doesn't really give a shit what your 2R or 3R is, right? It's just trying to get from one place to another. So if I have a plan in place, I think if it's not going to go here, then it should go here. It's simply that. We're just trying to speculate, is the market going to get to this point before it reaches this point? And the latter is your stop. And that's all it is. So, because they kept going, trying to go lower here and they couldn't do it, you still have these highs that are a little wishy-washy. ES still looks really strong and heavy at the highs. So I'm like, well, if they're not going to go lower, they're probably going to retest the highs. And that's my positioning. And I got 1 out of 3 off. I'm not going to be too upset if they come for my last 2 here. It's either going to work and they're going to be able to run or at least sweep this thing to a new high in Q, or the rest come back and at least I got paid on one.
Phoenix asked a really good question that comes up every time we roll contracts. So, and I'm just going to draw this out because I think I want to make sure that this point gets hit. Okay, so we're on September, right? And I'm just going to draw a horizontal line from this low right here. 23,725. So this blue line is the low of, is it today's low? It looks like today's low. Sorry, guys. Some of my stuff gets cut off when I'm on the stream, so I'm having a hard time there. Okay, so you might mark this low out as being important to you, right? Just like any price level, you might mark it as being important to you. Why? Somebody tell me why. Why would you mark out a level like this? A support, is a support again? Support and resistance, would say this is an area of interest. You could even box it, right? And you could go, it's a zone from here to here, because it looked like it was resistance, came back, found a bid out of it, sold off of it again, and we found bids out of this zone every time, right? So what happens? Why are these important? Because it's based on price. 23,780 to 23,726. These are the prices that traded in the September contract. Now, when we roll to December, I haven't even looked, but let's just see what the difference is between the two contracts. If anybody knows, just
No, hold on. Wait, give me some time here.
Let's look at December price. Okay, so 24.78 versus 23. Great. There's about a 230 point difference between the contracts right now, roughly. Just using rough math. Don't get mad at me if I'm wrong by like a couple. So 230 points is a pretty big gap. Now that's going to close a little bit over time. Usually that'll get a little bit more narrow, if you will. So let's just say, what price is NQ trading at right now? In the code, 848. 48. You said 848?
Yeah.
Oh, you're saying
23,848.
24,078 is what it is in the December contract. So we're going to go 24,078. So right here is where, let's just draw a little box. Okay, so right here, this is where the current price of the December contract is trading. Okay, so on Monday or whenever you decide to roll your contracts, I'll go through a continuous contract in just a second. If you do not back adjust your contract, so if you just leave, back adjusting off, what you'll have is that these levels and all of this price action will remain, and then we'll have new prices be up here, right? So what you'll end up with is you'll end up with a gap between wherever we close on Friday or Sunday, or at what point your contract rolls from September to December. So you'll have a contract gap. A lot of people don't like having a gap there. And so what they do is they go through this process called back adjusting. What back adjusting does is it takes, let's just pretend we have a candle here, right? Back adjusting will artificially move this last candle to meet up here. And so what that means is that this low that's at 23,727 all of a sudden becomes, it moves artificially, because we didn't actually trade, this low wasn't traded here. It would move up to like here. And so what I don't like about that is that the volume artificially moves and the price action is artificially moved. We're not talking about prices that actually traded. We're talking about theoretical price, because we just basically said, well, let's close that gap because we don't like a gap in the price, the price action on a longer time frame chart. The other thing that it does, especially, and this becomes more obvious when you have all-time, like you're trading close to all-time highs. So let's mark this guy out. So if we go here and we mark out this guy, horizontal line. Okay, so here's our all-time high, and we'll just mark it. We'll change the color to green. Okay, so that's our all-time high, right? What happens when you back adjust this contract? This goes up from 24,068 by 240 points. So now we would say the all-time high, which was traded 2466 or whatever, now becomes, we're going to just pretend, because we're pretending here, just want to be clear on that the all-time high is now 24,627, whatever that math is, the gap math, right? So you're artificially moving things around, and then when you start to look at your higher time frame stuff, if you back adjusted your contracts, then you're looking at all-time highs that were never traded. A contract was never traded up here, right? And so that's what you do. That's what happens with your back adjusting contracts. If you don't back adjust your contracts, you have a level at 23,722, which is kind of where we started the conversation, to 23,789. This little zone here, we're referring to prices that actually traded. And for me, I leave that alone. I don't back adjust the contract. I don't make any changes to those levels if I have any drawn, and I carry that information forward Because prior month high, prior month low, those things are important to me, and I want to retain the actual levels that were prior month high, prior month low, not some back adjusted, mathematical change. Because then if I do that, I'm saying, well, the prior month high or prior week high, whatever, this gets moved 200 points when we didn't actually trade there. But why the difference in prices? Because there is each contract, and this goes into interest rates and other different, more complicated things that I really don't care about from a day trading standpoint. But they have a cost of carry, something that Pax will know this for sure. So you should tune in Friday because we'll talk to him about it. There's there's some mathematical stuff that happens each contract that essentially where it derives its value, the price that it trades. So that's why there's a gap. It has to do with interest rates and the cost of carry and other different complicated math things that none of us as intraday traders really care that much about. What's up with the cool alien candles? I don't know. Are they alien candles?
It's the color. It's like this purplish.
I like aliens.
It's just the vibes. What's up, Chris?
Let's watch XYZ's trade go straight up.
I hope so. I was tempted to add on the pullback. I was like, you know what? This is not good enough of a trade to add on. So I'm like, forget it.
Just chat GPT it to get a better answer. That's great, George. Yeah. You guys should just listen to everything AI tells you. You should just go, yep, that's the answer. What's crazy is when AI uses, human information, and then over time, it's going to use AI information because more people are using AI to generate content. And so it's going to be a feedback loop of AI giving information to AI that then AI is leveraging that to give people information. So it's going to be crazy.
Matt, Allen Iverson, the question or the answer? My entry is your target. Well, I hope you get blown out.
Respectfully, Respectfully,
honestly, if your short's gonna work, I don't think you should even aim for my entry. It's gotta be lower. You're probably gonna get like the 20s, the 820s. This entry is. There's a reason why my stops break even, because if they're not gonna push this higher, I don't want to be right here when the market comes back. So, least estimator, if you don't get blown out of your short, I would think you'd get into the 820s at least, for sure. But I hope you get blown out, respectfully.
As long as you say respectfully, I think
with all due respect.
With all due respect,
I hope you get liquidated.
I hope you don't win your money.
Legend, you want to join OFL Discord? You gotta go to oraclelab.com, baby.
Aren't they still bidding the 820s? Why wouldn't you want to hold if they hold 820s?
Yeah, but the reason I say he can get 820s is because if it fails up here, they're probably going to go retest it again.
Yeah, they'll
so it's
go
not that
through
it's
the
going to break the 820s, but they'll go back down here.
Yeah.
Which is why I don't want to be in the way of that here at 836 with my remaining 2 lots. I want to be out of the way. Yeah, so my scenario is I got paid on 1, I have 2 left. Worst case scenario is they come back to my entry, no harm, no foul. And the best case scenario is he gets blown out of the short.
Oh, a continuous contract is basically instead of, okay, so like if you roll to, you know, we're gonna roll to December on Monday, right? Continuous contract basically it's gonna have the prior price action from the previous contract here on the chart. If you don't have a continuous contract, you will just have the current for a month of December. That's it. That's all the reference you have, you know, backwards. So you definitely want to always use a continuous contract, especially for index markets. That's literally all the continuous contract means. So it you know, over time it just maps out each contract, like right ends up to the end of the next one or to the beginning of the next one. Being short is scary. What is scary about being short? The markets are designed to go up. Still, I know, but I'm okay with my little knowledge. Is the delta profile inside the volume profile exclusive to OFL? No, anybody could write the same code. It's not, there's nothing proprietary here. It is ask volume minus bid volume. And then this is compressed to 8 ticks, but you can adjust it. We wrote it, so obviously it's you know, we have one, but there are other solutions out there that can get you something similar. Captain Prince is Stowe's burner. Nah, Stowe wouldn't use a burner. You think Stowe would use a burner?
That was a stupid sandwich to make, but I really needed to eat something.
Stowe says things with his chest and no need for a burner. Yeah. You wrote one in Ninja Script. It's not that bad. Nice. The short is scary, the shoe fits. Only when he's accidentally logged into the painting the tape account. That's funny. Then it's not really a burner sap because he's still, everybody knows what that is now. Stowe is a machine. I almost want to jump back into this short XY, but I'm not going to.
Oop, I accidentally muted myself. I don't think it's a bad short. Honestly, this can probably fall through from here. ES doesn't have the best excess, but all of the buying they did to push it out is underwater. But what do I know? I've got a free ride, so I'm just going to sit in it.
Internals have been trash all day. That's what someone said.
I think the market's kind of been pretty trash, but
yeah, I would say the markets have been trash.
I think a move down would be way more favorable than a move up right now for sure, because we can give up this volume and they can really slide this thing.
Where are you long from?
I was long from like 36s, but they took me out break even on like 2 lots. I only got one off.
Sure.
Least estimate. I don't take offense to that, man.
He's just joking, no disrespect.
Yeah, there's.
Have you considered just buying? Have you? So dead. Super dead. XOI, what do you do when the market's dead like this?
Nothing.
You just sit here and do nothing?
If I'm on stream, yeah, I just kind of sit here and
play in your
talk
phone.
to chat. If I'm not on stream, my charts are definitely off.
The chat has been pretty honorary today, honestly. But do you know what? Here's the problem. We've answered all of your questions and allowed you to troll a little bit. And you have given not a one like over 100.
That's painful, man. Sometimes I do sit and wonder why chat hates us.
They won't even give us a like. Anyways, that's your cue to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. We're so close, chat, to getting to 150,000.
Kick everyone who doesn't like. Then no one would be watching.
Likes are rolling, just like the contracts are. Da-da-da. Permanent ban for no likes. Ungrateful chat. Yeah, they are ungrateful. You're right, John. We take it on the chin. You don't even throw like up. What's up? Okay, the 5-day arena competition kicks off soon. Note of that. There's also going to be another type of competition soon enough with me and Nick, XY, and Stowe. We will be streaming all day. No, it's not. This is not the 15th. I'm just saying there will be another one that will also be great. This one is for, that one starts on the 15th? Yes, that's the $20,000 giveaway. That's the 5-day challenge. Sign up for that. And then you guys should be ready for the next one, which will be great as well. We will be participating in. And that will be a 1-day challenge. We'll stream all day. We don't stream GlobeX because GlobeX sucks.
I refuse to turn on my charge for GlobeX ever. It can never happen.
So the next arena challenge, you can sign up at that link, and then shortly after that, we will have a link for the next one after this. GlobeX is better than the New York session. I hate the fact that you're right, but I still refuse to trade GlobeX. I haven't traded GlobeX in 2 years. Same here.
I can't trade GlobeX. It's just too slow. I have a hard enough time holding my trades in New York. GlobeX would drive me crazy. It's like it could take an hour or two for something that might take the New York session like 5 minutes. So that it definitely it's too much. It takes too much time. Maybe if you like set stuff and just like leave your desk, then that's cool. But you got an OFL question in the chat, deal.
If I buy the OFL pack, is that like a custom template, or how do you find that particular study? So there's a group of, actually, let me see. I'll show you. I'll show you live. Okay, so there are a group called Autoplot. So that has to do with balance areas, core highs and lows, gaps, single print. So like marking out automatically some important MGI levels from an auction theory standpoint. So like market profile stuff. So that goes on your higher time frame. And then you have the MGIs, so like daily, weekly, monthly, high, low, close, VWAP, value area, the initial balance extensions, opening range extensions, all of that stuff. And then the rest of our, footprint, volume profile, VWAP, and then some of the more proprietary stuff, at the bottom here. So you have access to all of that. all of those tools. And then in addition, there's workspaces that are pre-configured, like this workspace that we're on today, as well as XYZs, stows. They're all, there. And then there's some pre-configured ones that are, that kind of have everything on one spot. So it's a mix, right? Templates to get you started, and then, to draw inspiration from. And then there's, recordings and all kinds of activity that happens inside the Discord, for how to use them. There's morning prep, there's office hours twice a week. There's all kinds of stuff that happens in the OFL land. I hate GloveX because it's too slow while we're sitting watching this thing not move at all. Amen. Amen.
This is GloveX.
Also a community of traders to talk to and chat with about trading ideas. Sir BWAP, good point. Hey, you're welcome, Sin. Yeah, I mean, we don't, we're not really here to talk about all the great things about OFL every time. I don't want to, I'm not a walk-in commercial. Are you planning to do the single contract challenge and hitting the reverse button for the whole RTH? I heard you talking about that with Merritt a while back. Challenge is out there. Challenge is out there. I don't know about the countries and the participation in the competition. That's you have to ask or sign up and find out. Buy high, sell higher. I mean, it definitely has the look of, a very poor high.
Yeah.
And we're just grinding.
Sure does.
So it wouldn't surprise me.
They took out my 2 lots almost to the tick. I think it's 2 ticks, 3 ticks. It is what it is.
Yeah.
I didn't want to sit in front of that.
They got you out of your trade.
Yeah.
And then they made what's his
Now
name?
they're doing it.
And they made what's his name respectfully. He got super confident about his trade to the point respectfully where he was talking a little bit of trash. And how do you feel now, brother? How do you feel now?
How we all do. We hate this market.
I'll catch you at Pepe's for tacos as well.
Who's talking about Pepe's?
Alfonso. Short on the shiny stuff. There's nothing shiny here. This is standard market stuff.
Very, very exhilarating. 10 minutes. I'm going to get a turn that maybe won't even do anything. Bradley says we're a good duo. As we sit here and are unable to trade anything.
Duo meaning when price is going from 20 points to 20 points, back and forth.
Is it even 20?
No, it might. Yeah, we did go from 24 up to 50.
Current range
That's
is
25
more
points.
like
It's 25 points.
See if they can crack a new high and fail. Maybe we can get short. Gave back a great morning. Yeah, Loon. Sucks to hear. The morning was pretty good, but that's why I'm pretty careful right now, not really doing too much.
Oh, a sleeper stat, Sir Bewok just mentioned. Get a new high in 8 minutes. the M period, the L period to M period new high could come into play.
They got 8 minutes to do it, huh?
I'll throw a micro on for it.
I don't chart SPX. So. Give Trump his phone back. Yeah.
Best platform and people in the business. How about that? Who's the guy that was you know, rubbing your elbow against you?
Oh, I don't know.
Where'd
Maybe
he go?
stalking a new short. I would not want to get in front of what's about to happen. It's probably a new high. It's almost guaranteed that's going to be a new high at this point. And who knows what they'll do above it. Let's see.
They just tickled the IV high and then started yanking. Literally.
Inspired
One
by
tick
EF.
away from the IV high. One tick. Look at this. It's literally one tick. This is the high.
Ooh, look at this. Leo, what's the LN
Oh,
that
there
you
we go.
mentioned?
L period is the current half-hour segment we're in. So if you consider market profile, breaks down the session in 30-minute periods. Starting at RTH would be A period, and then the end of day M period. So the last half hour of the day is M period. So the rule, it's not a rule, it's the math. Mathematically speaking, when you make a new high or low during the half hour before the last half hour, so this is L period currently that we're in. So from 3 to 3:30 Eastern, if you make a new high of day or new low of day, the odds of that continuation is about a 68%. So today's, we just popped and made a new high in L period, so there's a 68% mathematically speaking chance that we would make another new high in the next half hour. Trading where everything is supposed to be simple, we find ways to make it sound sophisticated. I mean, a new high, making another new high with specific stats, that's not sophisticated. There's nothing complicated about that. Market profile's been around since 1980 something. Yeah, that's been around since charts, before charts even, candlestick charts were even around. It's not complicated at all. Very simple. Very simple. Yeah, I mean, we, for me, have to have a proper setup to take a trade. I'm not going to use the 68% stat as a trade idea when the market's dead. Yes, I am actually. Last time I jumped on stream, I was trading MNQ, so I decided to do the same thing this time, and I didn't flip charts or anything. So this is the MNQ order flow. Normally, if I was trading MNQ, I would have the NQ contract from an order flow perspective, and I would just cross trade MNQ. Catch the wave. What's the wave? Why is Z being punished? Where's his chart?
I'm in timeout.
Where's your chart? You're in timeout? What happened?
My chart, I mean, I don't know why you don't look at it. The market's not even doing anything. My chart looks the same as Leo's. You can turn off your charts. It'd probably be the same. The market's just not really doing much. How do I manage risks? You trade props. Same thing. You just have to know what your loss limits are, max loss or daily loss. A lot more base hits. Consistency rules. So same process. You know, just get in, do your work. If it's good, you're done. You don't need to do much more. Follow the process, base hits, and you're on your way. Sounds easy, but you know, you'd be surprised how often we trip over our own shoelaces. But I think that's the truth of it all. Just base hits, not doing too much because it's not necessary. Because there's other rules, and you'll be fine. Yeah.
As more and more of you guys jump on the stream to watch us talk about a 10-point market, the likes are not going up. So can we fix that?
Yeah, please hit the likes, or Jim will come back very angry.
It helps other people find the stream. It tells, even if you don't like it, you're still watching it. So, you know, it tells other people that you find it interesting. Find your flow, stay loose, and ride it out, and catch you on the flip side.
Cedric, what's up, man?
What's up, Cedric?
Yeah, Jim, you don't want to piss off Jim, man. Then he won't let us leave.
He'll call from Italy.
$50K accounts too small to trade minis? Absolutely. I think you'll probably find that people who do it on 50Ks, there's probably a graveyard of failed accounts that they're sitting on that no one speaks about. So.
Yeah, it is, for sure.
It's crazy that we've got that new high, and they're just digesting like the same two.
The last tick. Okay, we went up one tick. Let's sit here and think about it. What do you guys think? Go up another tick?
Diabolical.
This might be the worst. It might be.
That might be the worst. As crazy as it is to believe.
Do you know what? I have a theory. Nick actually brings the worst price action.
You think so?
Nick, I'm sorry if you're listening.
I think so. I think Nick also thinks so.
Yes, he brings it. See, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, Nick. You think that you're going to get the worst price action when you get on stream, and what happens? You get on stream and you get the worst price action. So you actually bring it on yourself by you manifest it into reality.
I'm still an XY long with sleeping. Thank you. What does that mean? You're in my long, but you were sleeping. You mean the 8 worries one? Honestly, that wasn't that long ago.
Nick for no ticks. Sorry, Nick. Sorry. No,
Have a call-in segment?
Sold it.
Oh no, there'd be so
What?
many. You could see people in the chat.
First-time caller, long-time watcher. Catching strays out here. What happened to your chart, though? For real?
It's here. They just decided. Well, you were explaining all kinds of stuff, so you know you gotta.
Oh, okay.
You gotta go over your chart, and I mean, not much is going on here.
I know why it is. I know why it is. I won't say it because I don't want to embarrass you. They think my chart looks better.
You know, sometimes people can be wrong. It's okay.
Nick is not getting ripped up by Leo. We're boys. Me and Nick, we talk every day.
No, don't believe it, guys. There's some weird beef going on with Leo and Nick. They haven't spoken for 3 months, by the way.
Yeah, until it was yesterday and we talked yesterday.
Yeah, the next time you see them on stream together, like they made up or something, but they haven't spoken for months. It's getting really weird.
It's Jim from Italy controlling the screens for lack of likes. So, can we do something about
Yeah,
that?
we're gonna just start making rumors to drive some interest into the streams.
Oh, generating a little bit of buzz via drama.
Congrats on the new baby. There's no new baby.
You
Unless
have a
we're
new
trying to
baby?
make a rumor. Unless we're trying to make a rumor.
The bromance
Oh,
is
I like
over? No, the bromance is not over. Is the bromance over?
Cat's going crazy.
Drama feels the likes. WWE style.
Yeah.
What if there was real beef?
You heard
There
it here,
could
chat.
be.
Leo's got real beef against Nick.
What if there was actually real beef? It wouldn't even be rage bait. Who's better at smoking beef? I did do a pretty good brisket this weekend. I posted some pics. People get jealous. People said I was ruining their day because of how good it looked.
Take a look at chat.
Twitter
trying to
require
create
my folks to
some
take
discourse.
opposite positions? Nope. Nick would put it on the smoker and say it's better than your smoked meats. Kind of confused. Leo wants Nick's Sunday show on Ninja Trader. I actually don't.
I'm not sure about that one.
Nick does a great job, a fantastic job, the best job covering the week
most
to come.
beautiful.
The most beautiful.
The biggest, the greatest.
The biggest, the greatest. Nobody's ever seen greater Sunday streams than Nick's. And there will never be anyone greater than Nick's Sunday streams. So for that reason, I would never do it. I would join him. Right? Nick and Farm were awesome. I missed it. I was busy doing the brisket. You can stop. They're still going to have you fill in soon. That's what we do to my baby right now when you try to get her to sleep. Get the shusher. It's a little handheld thing. Brisket, yes.
Where are we? Oh my. This
We
market
did make a new high. Just saying. The 68% really did work. Even if it was 2 ticks.
They tried to bait in some shorts with that little move down, right? That gigantic, like, 7-point.
Hold on, Sean. It was, okay. Yeah, I put it on at 8 a.m. or 8 p.m., sorry, Saturday morning, or Saturday night. I let it smoke until 12 o'clock when it hit 205 internal, 203. And then I put it in the rest container, let it rest. And then we had friends come over with, beverages and stuff, and we watched football, and we ate brisket. So I was busy.
Hey, look, I'm hyped.
Stop saying Leo for the Sunday stream, guys. That's not allowed.
Who's on season 2? Painting the tape.
Who? Okay.
Secret.
Do you want Aunt Henry? Do you want to know for sure, or do you want us to not tell you? Do you want to find out?
Secret.
Listen, if you guys keep saying Leo for Sunday show, Leo for Globex, I may not come back.
Look, I'll tell you who's not going to be on it.
I'll tell you.
I think people probably have a pretty decent idea.
It's going to be Leo, Nick, Stowe, and XYZ. AJ is no longer.
Beef. Yeah, that was
Is
some
there
crazy
beef?
beef, Henry. Him and Leo, mega beef.
Mega beef.
Mega beef. We're talking Wagyu A5 beef.
That's some good beef, though. A5.
No, it's good beef.
Yeah.
It's beef nonetheless.
Right.
If they pull this back, I'm gonna be so upset, man. At least.
Are we okay? We rotated down 10 points. Are we crashing? I feel like we're crashing.
Hey, is there news?
Is there news?
Is there news?
What's crazy, if I put this to like, my normal kind of like chart compression, it would look more like this, and it just looks like nothing.
Tracy, no, we were just kidding, Tracy. I was just saying
No
that
news.
because we find out a little bit.
That's the joke on the internet, Tracy. It's like when the market moves 100 points or something, you'll see people get on Twitter and they'll be like, news? Was there news? Was there news?
Just because the market moved. Now we got a 10-point drop. Is there news? We just
With
moved
Donnie, there's
by
always
like
news.
last hour's range right now.
Yeah, right. No, that's actually true.
Yeah.
We did.
This short's about to cut right now.
Oh, I see what you did. You told them to pull your stream off so that you could get short.
Oh no, I just got this.
And then you
short.
magically appear into a trade.
No, I literally just got this short.
Nope, that doesn't fit my narrative.
Spilling the alpha, the secret's exposed.
That doesn't fit my narrative, XY.
Oh man, dude, there's so much is going on in this stream right now. We got beefs. we got
BC Trader,
XFAs.
you're welcome. I'm so glad that I called him out. And you guys knew it. See, they know it. They know.
Yeah, nobody replay the stream and actually watch me get into the position. All right.
Nobody checks
It would
anymore.
destroy
Hey,
the narrative.
nobody checks the facts anymore, XY. They just regurgitate what everyone else says. It's a game of telephone. We all know what happened. You hid your screen. You got into a short. Then boom, magically you're in a short.
No one reads, just
No
type.
one reads, just type. They don't respond.
Man, if I could have had like a literally top ticker short while they pulled my charts off the stream, just keep legging into shorts until it works. Context and facts never make it fun. No. We're trying to get some spice onto these streams to get more likes. I just
Good
want
short, though.
840. I'll move it up to 840.
Nope.
I'm gonna bargain the market. It's only 2 lots. They can give me something.
It's funny that we made a new high, and it's a poor high too.
The ES high is even worse than it was when we got on stream. Somehow they made it worse. XY, can I find a template of your workspace somewhere? I don't believe so. There's some broken trust. XYZ, show us what time you entered, please. You can literally replay the stream and watch me enter, guys.
Francis, yes, the volume profile is from 9:30 open.
Yeah, if you guys want to see when I entered, literally hit the replay. Or go back like 3 minutes and you'll...
Let's again, let's not check the facts, okay? Let's go with the allegations. Just go with it.
Nothing's ever fun when you check facts. It's always disappointment.
That's the great thing about Twitter is nobody checks the facts. It's just somebody says something outrageous, and everyone's like, "Oh my God!"
Everyone's
so
like,
crazy.
"There's no reason to lie. Why would they lie?" I'm
Yeah.
very close to this.
Hey Norseman, you know what? I've given in. Grok is XYZ lying. Is this Grok, is this true? This is crazy. Is people will actually, no, that's crazy. I'll post something like informational, like legit, educational, informational, whatever, and people will comment and say, Grok, is this true? Like, they're using AI to fact check people. It's hilarious. AI has
Speaking
never
of
been wrong.
lying and sim trading lack of transparency, I gave chat a little sneak peek of what might be coming to our streams, where
What?
we actually show stats. Huh?
Oh,
Yeah, we might
You talked
be
about that?
trading, specific accounts where we will showcase our stats week by week,
that sounds
and it would
spicy.
be purely on stream. Every trade in that account will be on stream. And
So I can't trade from my phone at midnight.
to pad the stats,
in
no,
the Trader app.
no. I mean, you can, but if something goes wrong, then the account might die. That sucks. Also, I let them know that it will be. It's not a eval sim funding. It is real money. Just can't say anything further than that.
Hmm.
But yes, we will be showcasing statistics.
Henry, don't tell my secrets, man. Come on. Can we make a rule when somebody's entering we don't talk? Do you know what the problem is? Is that when Stowe is on, you'd know nobody would be able to speak. It would just be a silent stream. I'm just kidding, Stowe. I love you.
Real fills and real money is the great equalizer.
How do you do a brother like that, Brian? Because we are brothers.
I'm telling you, it's beef. Grade A beef.
This is the great fun of Ninja Trader Live is we can throw our good friends under the bus, and they can't respond until
Yeah,
they're
hopefully
on the
they're not
stream the
even able
next.
to hear it to defend themselves. I mean, you
Look
see
at
Leo's
this.
trying to put dirt on my name while we're live together. This is like a Hell in a Cell cage match.
Did you just come up with that?
Yeah, this
My
is
ass
cage
is
match.
Cell.
I'm telling you guys. No, Hell in a Cell. That was like one of the wrestling match modes. You got like Royal Rumble. You got Hell in a Cell. That's a cage match.
Hell on the Bell.
WWE. No, that's WWF.
Oh, should we tell the chat about Friday?
Friday? I don't know. Do they let us?
Okay, so, well, here's the thing. Tomorrow, I'll be on stream with Kane for the Trade the Open. And then Friday, we get the return of PAX trading the Open. And then after that, we get the return of Leo and XY for the mid-afternoon stream. So we'll be back on Friday together.
Maybe the market will move more than 10 points. Just maybe.
Do you haze new bro accounts that trade with you? We don't accept new bros. That's the problem.
No new bros.
Yeah.
Absolutely not. We'll join you at 8:55. I don't know about this, guys. To me, this is like a free thing right now. It's gonna take me out at break even, or this does something. I would not recommend this trade after it tagged the open just to come back like this. Getting short now is much different than getting short earlier. I'll say that much. I've never been more thrilled in my life. Hey, Fridays are spicy, guys. With Pax, he kicks it off with high energy. I'm still dead asleep, and he's kicking it off with high energy.
PAX is energy.
Yeah. So Fridays, it's action packed.
I had to watch the last Friday stream. Like, I think I watched it later on that day just because it was so good. PAX runs Friday like it's
Friday. Yeah.
That's right. That is right.
So it makes it exciting. Yeah, and you know, we get a longer leash on Fridays with some of the four-lettered verbiage, thanks to PAX.
Yep. You just can't say the one that you got in trouble for.
Yeah.
Don't say it now. Don't say it ever again.
You've never watched a PAX Friday stream? Time to start. Yeah, everyone loves that PAX energy. Well,
Ferragamo Fridays.
I can't say it because they told me not to say it.
You can't say it. It's not allowed.
How it works.
Ferragamo Fridays. That's what they should call it.
That would be sick. Yeah, I think they have a clip of that too.
Daddy wants a pair of Ferragamos. Voldemort? You can't say Voldemort?
Oh yeah, Daddy's gonna get his Ferragamos.
There it goes.
Dude, that's such a good clip. I think that's got to be the best clip so far. So far.
I don't know. I like the stupid sandwich one. It's pretty good. Thanks, Captain Obvious. They think you're right. And they're using my clip to prove it.
I'll go time. Yes, it is. Up there with a Kool-Aid guy.
We're waiting for Kane.
Attention traders, it's algo time.
There we go. Just got the notification.
As the market just... Oh, yeah. Okay.
Oh, okay.
That's cool.
We'll, potentially a little exhaustive here, maybe. Just pop
Very
it,
cool.
pop it and drop it.
Hey, that's that fulfills the stat, right? In the worst way possible.
Yep. I'm gonna take it 2 lots short here. Just on the pretense that we fall back into range and we don't spike this at the end of the day for no reason. That's it. And that little bit of exhaustion there. Literally no other reason than small size. Just testing this trade out. The worst part about this is it's doing nothing. It's neither going higher or up or it's like cool. So we're just gonna hang out here. Okay, brother. Appreciate that. Wow, really? Nothing? That's awesome. I love the end of day spikes that make like literally no sense. It's just kind of a rally out of nowhere. Those are my favorite.
Overnight hold, high, Friday high. Very, very compelling price action here for the close.
Yep.
Boo.
Well, that double down Alberta. Rotate this back into range.
Yeah, when Pax and Deli are on together, it's like Deli's just trying to keep it cool, family friendly, very, very calm, and then Pax is like, F you, mother effers, trying to sell against him. Sell it, you dirty SOBs.
That was hilarious. Be cool if we moved more.
So I'm gonna ask Leo, do you own Ferragamos?
No, I don't. I don't know any Ferragamos. Do you want to buy me some? Matt?
Not really.
I was asking Matt. I was asking Matt. Definitely feels like this stop is going to get taken.
Chat, how many likes do we have right now?
Not enough. Not enough.
Not enough for Jim to let us see our families?
For those, that was a brutal stop on the two lot micros, $40.
You guys ain't going nowhere.
Chat, please hit the likes. I haven't seen my family in
please,
months.
chat, please.
Haven't seen my family in months.
I'll be back.
We're at 332? That should be good enough.
Their expectations are going up. Because last time I was like, hey, man, we have like 250. It's like, that's nothing.
They definitely keep moving the goalposts.
Yeah.
Jim comes on, he looks at it, he's like, I don't know. Better add 50 to it. Chris, you've been long all day?
Kind of a weird day rally.
Damn. Right to my target.
Like, so we're going to grind this thing nowhere. And for the last 5 minutes, we're going to rally at 40 points.
Oh, if I gave my stop literally like 3 more ticks on that one long, it'd be the most painful hold, but it'd be nice.
Overnight high. Gonna go.
Overnight high. Ooh, Chris is getting paid.
Chris got paid.
Hey, I heard you paying for dinner on Thursday, man. I don't know. That's just what I heard.
Oh, you guys are going out to eat?
Yeah, it's me, Chris, and Chad.
Nice.
But Chris is like, dude, don't worry. Like, order what you want, and then triple it, and all that crazy stuff. And I was like, you sure, man? He's like, oh, I got it like that. It's all right. Yeah. We can't get back too late though, guys, because I gotta wake up on Friday.
Yeah, we got a trade Friday. So easy on the booze.
If I'm wearing sunglasses Friday morning, you know what they did to me, Leo.
That'd be crazy. Only one person's allowed to wear sunglasses on stream. It's not you.
So that's a bad influence, man.
If you don't go to bed, you don't have to worry about waking up. I've done that in Vegas before.
You know what
The crazy thing about Vegas is that you can do that in Vegas and not feel it.
I really hate being up late and then I'm still awake by the time I can see the sky turning blue outside. I hate that. It's such a degenerate feeling. I hate it.
That's
I need to be in bed before the sun starts peeking out.
The best is when you go to bed when the sun's coming up.
I know.
That's how you
right?
know you've had a great night.
Also, in October,
in Vegas, it's always sunny in Vegas, right? So, like, if you're at the tables till 6 a.m., 7 a.m., you come out of the casino because it's all, there's no sun anywhere in the casino. You come out at
It's like a black hole in there. They don't have
Right.
fans.
You go outside on the street and it's just like the sun's shining.
No,
People are walking around and you just legit go to your room and just crash out.
No,
That's the best. Bro, that's like the night.
I hate it. Thanks, I hate it. Yeah, in October, when we're out in Florida, I got a 7 a.m., 6 a.m. flight or something to go back, and I already know I'm gonna have to sneak off during dinner or something to go back to a room and get some sleep in. See you in the Discord.
Discord?
I'm not sure what Discord.
Which one are we talking about?
I'll see you in there.
I'm not sure which one, but we'll see you. We'll
One
see
of
you.
them. I'll see you.
If they hold this fight, it would be a weird, I don't know, weird play.
Young Bleezy. Yeah, that's too crazy, man. No. Who's the worst trader on NT Live? You're looking at it. It's me.
I thought you were gonna say me.
No, it's me. And if I can do it, you guys can do it.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, look at the little widget. Click, subscribe, like.
Click, like, subscribe. Thank you
What's the other
guys.
Look at notification.
Today.
OFL Discord. Oh, you're in there.
Oh, snap. XY, we are the worst people to sign off on a show ever.
Oh.
And somebody has to do it today.
I can sign
Can we
off.
just do like a piece? Like,
You
hey,
guys ready?
later.
You guys ready for a sign off? I mean, we can't yet. It's still, market's still open, right?
Yeah, we'll have to wait for
This
the
is the thing.
phone.
Okay.
Should we do it?
That, okay, they're putting us back on the chart. I hope Jim's not watching this.
guys ain't
Fantastic
going
sign off. Well, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for the likes and sticking around while we do nothing and try to fill dead air with something. To the guy that faded me short, I hope you're okay. Hope your account is still okay. And me and Leo will see you guys. Actually, no. I'm on tomorrow for Trade the Close. Tomorrow will be Leo
morning.
and Kane in the morning.
Stowe.
And then Stowe. And then
Nick and XY.
for Trade the Close. And that's the sign off.
We appreciate you guys for jumping on. We'll see you tomorrow and Friday and Thursday and all the other days of the week. Peace out.
Bye.
Alright, y'all, I'm gonna call it.